I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking. You're sweet, you're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want, so keep us awake till the dawn. Baby, real free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me. I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking. You're sweet, you're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want, so keep us awake till the dawn. I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking. You're sweet, you're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want, so keep us awake till the dawn. Baby, real free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me. I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me breaking. You're sweet, you're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want, so keep us awake till the dawn.
Welcome everyone to the 2021 Graduate Engineering and IT Jobs Expo. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who's tuning in live right now across Australia, tuning in to hear some of our incredible speakers. So we're super proud to be represented this year once again for the Digital Innovation Festival. So this event is proudly sponsored by the Victorian Government, and we're here to promote graduate jobs, the future of tech. So on the cards for today, we're going to be doing tons of panels. We have some top brands. We have speaking with us today, we've got Atlassian, we've got Vodafone, we have Moola, Linktree, TryBooking, and a small little brand that you might not have heard of called Facebook. Yes, the Facebook will be tuning in, so make sure you stay. It's going to be a jam-packed event. So we're running this event today at 12 p.m. AEST, so that's Melbourne time zone, till 4. So there'll be 4 panels, 4 one-hour sessions, and we're going to take little breaks in between. So students, grads, make sure you get your drinks, get your coffee, get some biscuits, and of course have a notepad ready to go. We're going to cover job interview tips, tech futures, and also, of course, you know, what a future of jobs looks like in engineering and IT. So to get us started today, we're going to intro our first round of panelists and speakers. We have with us, we've got Jeff, we have Mike, we have Ant, Brian, and Harini. Amazing to have you all with us today. So I will go through one by one and let you all introduce yourselves, just so that our grads know who we're meeting with today. So firstly, I'll start with Jeff. He's the CIO, or previously was, down at Melbourne Water. So he's had an incredible career. Maybe Jeff, if you want to just do a little brief intro on how you got into technology and IT.
Sure, thanks Jessica, and hello to everyone on the call. My introduction to IT was actually with my Year 10 maths teacher, who was studying computing at Monash, and during that year he gave us the opportunity to write little, like formulaic little programs and run them on the Monash computer, and that was really my introduction to computing. I really hadn't had any exposure to it, but I went through and did Year 11 and Year 12, and then I was looking at my undergraduate degree, and I decided that I think IT's got some growth in it. So I did a Bachelor of Business with a major in IT, and that was really my introduction.
Wow. And that's amazing. I mean, imagine how far tech has come since then. So happy to have you. We also have with us Michael Tamaros. He's Head of Software Engineering over at Moola Money. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you got into engineering or IT in this field and space?
Of course, yeah. So I guess my journey is as vanilla as they come. I just started off from a young age being very interested in computers. There were quite a few around when I was younger, and I did go into university with the intent of going into computer science. I actually ended up studying networking and infrastructure and networks, but at the end of the day, software just was my calling. So after university, I started off as a junior dev and have been working up the scale ever since to be where I am here today.
Wow, I'm honestly so pleased to have you repping the software engineering field. We're going to be hearing all day network engineers, everything. We do have with us as well the wonderful Harini, who I've been so blessed to have worked with. She's the solutions architect over at Temenos. She was previously as part of our engineering team. So happy to have you as part of our panel. Share with everyone your story, how you got into engineering and tech. You're on mute, Harini.
Sorry. Yeah, likewise. I'm so happy to be part of this event. And yeah, of course, I will tell how I landed in the engineering. So as Mike said, I was so interested from schooling that computer science is my destination. So school, undergraduation and post-graduation, everything is into computers. So yeah, eventually I landed into the IT sector. And when I started, yes, I started as just a junior developer. After that, I owned different flavors of roles. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it till now, and even I foresee that I will be enjoying in technology. Lot to learn. Yeah.
It's amazing. I think even Jeff had said to me yesterday on the phone, he thinks it's the best time to be in tech and engineering at the moment. I fully agree. And we're going to really cover some interesting topics. We're going to talk a little bit about like AI and what that means too. So I look forward to the topics. But we do have as well Brian from Try Booking with us today. So Brian, you are on mute, but when you're ready, feel free to tell us how you got into this field, a little bit more about you up to this point in your career.
Sure. So my father was an engineer and saw the value in the future of IT, and so there was always computers in our house. I guess I got quite interested in both electronics and computing from quite a young age. I went to university. I did a multimedia degree, which was more IT than it sounds, at Swinburne, but actually hated programming, ironically. But I landed a job that wanted me to do a little bit of programming, and I just got really into it. And I've been in, I guess, SaaS-based web development ever since, and never really looked back. So it's always amusing to me that I actually hated what I now do at uni.
That's crazy. And yeah, it really is fascinating. I tell this to students all the time. You don't necessarily need to study like a Bachelor of Computer Science specifically to be in tech. And in fact, for anyone who is tuning in who's not in engineering or IT, just keep in mind there are so many jobs like project management, operations. There are so many different other fields that you can get into. In fact, the person up next, Anthony, he is a chief operations officer, so less on the tools in terms of actual tech. So, but just remember, everyone, that this is the future, and I really strongly believe that if you're not in engineering, tech in some way, shape or form, there could be some challenges facing ahead to a lot of those who aren't. So please get into it. But we have Anthony. He's part of H2X Global, who do some amazing like hydrogen cell fuel vehicles, which are, it's incredible. They're based here in Australia. Some of their vehicles are even manufactured here in Australia. They're electric trucks. So check them out. But we have Ant. Do you want to tell us a bit about how you got into what you do and what you studied?
Excellent, thanks, Jess. And I loved how you qualified that there was the non-technical people in the room today as well. And that's how I started a lot of the conversations. Is, hey, I'm not the technical one, but hey, look, I've given that one away a long time ago. My way of getting into the tech field was actually through sales, account management, and then moving into coordination of projects as well. And to Jess's point, that is an emerging area that I think people sometimes stumble into, and realizing that it's not actually what you study, but it's what are those emerging competencies. And I think that's some of the things that we'll be looking at today. For me, it started in telecoms and looking at digital mapping and the early days of telemetry, where it was very sci-fi back in the 1990s about cars driving themselves, of looking at digital maps that you'd put into a car. What are they called today? We all know, right? So it's amazing how some of these emerging fantasy ideas become reality, and very quickly, and very pleased to join you all today.
Well, we're so happy to have you. In fact, a little later, I'll ask if the vehicles do have any sort of autonomous technology. So I'm pretty excited to hear a little bit about what each of the organizations do that you all work for. And definitely when in the future, when people are rewatching this, I'm going to put on repeat exactly what you just said, which is, it's not really about what you study. It's like the education is good, it's great, but that's not what gets you a job. Well, at least I don't think so. In fact, you know what? Let's open that up as our first question would be, if each of you could just tell me, what do you think is kind of more important? Do you think it's experience, or do you think it's education? So maybe we'll just kind of keep going in this kind of top to bottom order. But Jeff, do you want to fill us in? What's your thoughts on that?
Sure. I think it's both. I think at various stages, my focus has been on education. So certainly, obviously, doing my undergraduate degree before I got my first full-time role. But then I went back in the early 2000s and did my MBA. And that was really beneficial for me as I'd moved into an executive role and I actually found that I really didn't understand like how do marketing people work and what do sales guys do and how does operations go and all of the other sort of functions that are within an organisation. I really didn't have a clear understanding of them. So my MBA certainly gave me that understanding of this is how marketing works and, you know, the 4 Ps and all that sort of stuff. But the other thing that it certainly did do to me is it gave me the confidence in my own ability that I could really turn my hand to anything that I really wanted to do. So that was a sort of confidence thing for me. But certainly in my role as at an executive level, experience is critical. And, you know, in my role, you've got to have experience right across the gamut of IT. So that's like strategy, architecture, IT operations, which effectively is, you know, keeping all the systems up and running, digital strategy development and implementation, program management, etc., etc. So it's quite broad. And I started as a humble programmer in NAB many years ago, and then just basically progressively worked my way up from there. But I did attend a 5-day residential program at NAB, which was like an aspiring leaders course. And it was there that I actually made this decision to go, I'm going to move away from a technical career as being, you know, a programmer and a developer, and I'm actually going to move into people and team management and leadership. And that was a turning point for me.
Wow. NAB's a great brand. They were a sponsor of our event last year. So super awesome. And just on that, I just wanted to cover again, what do you think was the secret sauce? Because I'm sure a lot of students tuning in that maybe want to one day be a CIO or a CTO. How did you get to that level? You know, what's the secret sauce? What do you think? Is it just per organization? Is it just a matter of time? Or is there something that you think that you feel that most exec C-suite level people, like something that they have that other people don't?
Yeah, for me, it's a realization that technology is an enabler. It's not an end to itself. And typically IT people look at, say, doing a project and go, well, the project's finished when that new system goes live. For the business, the project's just starting then because they're just starting to use it. So it's focusing on rather than the implementation date, it's actually focusing on the outcome. What's the outcome that we're trying to achieve for the business rather than focusing on the technology? And I think in terms of my interviews, my CV, my LinkedIn profile and that sort of stuff, that was very deliberately trying to set me apart to go, hey, this guy's a bit different. He's not focused on the technology, he's really focused on the business.
Oh, I mean, we work with, that's exactly what we do. You know, we help people. We do professional resume writing, their LinkedIn, their cover letters, interview training. It's so important. I honestly believe that it kind of is that one thing that a lot of people forget about. There's about probably 2 or 3% of the population, I feel, who are really talented at writing a resume or interview skills. The rest of people, I just don't get it, why they don't invest in that and get a professional to do it. It's like, I don't go trying to fix my car myself. If I want to go to a wedding or something, I'll go to a hairdresser. They'll do my hair way better than I could, or my makeup, right? So I just find it crazy to me that people like don't actually spend money on that, which is like the most important thing. There are some people very talented and naturally they're just gifted at it, but I'm glad that you mentioned that is also really important, because a lot of people, the students, they say to me, oh yeah, but I went down to the Career Hub at school and they said it's fine. It's like, okay, cool. Well then. Well, if it works, then why are we on the phone? Like, I want to help you, but I can't help you if we can't acknowledge there's a problem here. You know, it's a little bit of that one. But that's really, really awesome. What about you, Mike? Do you think that today, a degree, you know, a lot of people do have PhDs and stuff. Like, what do you think? Is it education, experience, blend, none of the above?
Yeah. In my case, it's been pretty much 90% experience that got me where I am today.
Yeah.
Not discredit education though by any measure. You definitely need education to get started. You definitely need to put have a structured way to get yourself introduced into this sector. I just have to say that there are so many different ways to do it nowadays. It doesn't have to be a degree. It can be online. You can get courses for paid or for free. YouTube is full of full of material. We're very lucky to be in a business where the material is so freely used and distributed, unlike other professions. So I would definitely urge everybody to get their hands dirty with some courses and/or obviously official degrees. But at the end of the day, I think unless you actually start to work in a team and start to work on projects that require multiple people, multiple inputs, they actually have the actual challenges. Like no tutorial will ever get you anywhere close to what it is to work on a live project. No to-do list tutorial or Hello World program. So yes, definitely experience in my opinion.
I love it. Yeah, 100%. I've got to say that is really something that the students forget about too. So yeah, and in fact on that, we do have our practical internships and experience programs. Harini actually did one through us and ended up, you know, because it can be really difficult for those who particularly come from overseas, try to break out into the tech field, and you know, it can be really, really hard to showcase the fact that your experience from overseas, particularly here in Australia, that it's still really awesome. So she did a program with us, and now she's gone on to work at Westpac, and she's in an amazing role there at Temenos. But do you want to fill us in, Harini, with, do you think it is that experience, is a degree still relevant in 2021? I sort of think it kind of still is, but what do you think?
Yeah. So on the topic of education or experience, so education will tell you what it is, but experience will make you know, like hands-on, and you will get to know. So coming to the experience, my personal experience, like when I came to Australia, I nearly had 10 years of experience in IT industry. Initially, I thought I will enjoy the atmosphere, I will chill out for a month or two, but really I couldn't do it. I want to get into the work, and I was missing that routine, like getting up and doing some work. So I was meeting a lot of people, and that's how I think I did a catch up with Jess one fine morning, and it was just 15-20 minutes catch up, and 2 to 3 minutes introduction, and then we spoke a lot about technology trends. And then I thought, okay, I'm just new to the country, new to anything. So that's how I enrolled in an internship in Reesby, and it was around a month or two I got to know like what is the technology front Reesby is expecting, and how I can help in building something in the technology projects which Reesby was having it. And yes, I turned that into a job, and I made really a good friends and good professional networks. So that's something I feel it's so important. Even though we have experience, we have to use some different strategies in order to land in a job.
Yeah, like if it's not working, give that a try. I think that that's a really good option, because you know, businesses, they want to see proof you can do it. And, you know, I'm a huge advocate for any experience, no matter where the experience comes from, but some brands, they have different opinions on that. So, you know what I mean? We do have a question, and maybe we can have like Brian, you could tackle this too. But we have a question from Barbie. We've got a lot of questions in the comments, so keep them coming. We'll be highlighting them. But she's saying, she or he's saying, transition being a physical therapist to IT, completing a boot camp, a coding boot camp in November. So what do you think about things like the short courses, coding boot camps, this kind of thing? I personally love it, but what's your opinion on those, do you think?
Yeah, so I have a lot of respect for people that are coming from other industries. I think it's incredibly valuable in IT to get some diversity of background and experience. There's nothing like somebody who actually knows a bit about some other areas of the world to draw on that experience as they work in teams. I think to get some experience, it's a bit tricky straight out of a boot camp, but I do think that actually spending some time working on something, whether it be an open source project or some kind of pet project for yourself that you can actually demonstrate and show and get working end to end, is an incredibly valuable way of being able to demonstrate your skills as it comes to a resume process. But the reason I think people coming from primary IT degree backgrounds is so useful is because the most valuable people I've worked with in the past have been people that have been really valued that posture of learning and the ability to collaborate with others. There's one thing's for sure is that technology will keep changing, and so your ability to learn and adapt to new things is just absolutely critical.
Yeah. And I think it's actually really useful to keep that in mind, what you've just said, to continue to learn new things, like constantly upskill. It's never too late to learn something new. Like even Harini knows we work with Martin, who was like, he was in his 50s, did an internship program because he was previously in IT tech support and he wanted to be a software engineer. So he did like React engineering. But I do actually see those short courses and boot camps particularly really useful for those who don't have a lot of time. And for anyone who's tuning in, if you don't know, like we're not affiliated with them, but there's like Udemy, Teachable, even Harvard has a free online course for AI, guys, for real. So check it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Harvard or Stanford. Oh, Harvard or Stanford. Sorry. It could be one or the other, but I think it could be Harvard. So check it out. There's so much free content that you can just like enroll yourself. You can do it even when you're in a job. You know what I mean? And you can do things on the side to upskill yourself outside of work, even if you are, really super successful. You're, got many years under your belt in your career. Like it's always a good thing to upskill with the newest, latest and greatest. So Ant, what do you think in terms of like education, upskilling, is that something you proactively do or someone that that gets into that? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Jess, look, after spending decades facilitating and instructing at leading Asian universities in companies, I think part of what we see is echoing what Brian and the rest of the panel said, learn how to learn, right? Because that will keep you relevant. The technologies will change, the knowledge will change. And what I share, and I think part of when we onboard people into H2X Global as well, is looking at how to experience education globally. And a couple of facets to what I mean by experience education globally. First of all, we're a global brand. We have teams in Asia, we have teams in Europe. And what we're looking at, and one of the things that often happen is you may start in a career, and then because you're good at what you do, you're asked to be mobile and go into different countries, work with different teams. It's one of the biggest areas of failure because people haven't developed those skill sets. So I think part of what we look at globally or holistically is how can you integrate left brain skill sets, which a lot of when we think about IT engineering, hard skills are probably more to do with the left brain way of thinking, and right brain skills as well, which could be more to do with communication, agility, and EQ. When you bring those together, and having looked at high performing teams and working with many of them in famous companies around the world, as the panel has said, the education will get you to the table. The experience is what you need to be proving, and the experience these days when we're looking at emerging competencies for leaders are less about the hard skills. That's the given, and especially when we're looking at our organization, which is an automotive industry company, there's skill sets that have to be there. It's a mandatory skill set for compliance and to make sure the technologies work. But to make sure the company works and that the people all come together, I think that's the experience. So definitely a combination of both, Jess.
Yeah, and I've highlighted this particular question. Everyone's got such good questions, and I promise you, we've got like 4 hours to get to a lot of them. So please keep them coming, and I'll try and do my best to answer as many as we possibly can, given that we've already got some scheduled questions. But Teresa did ask something to do with entry-level jobs to get into cybersecurity, and then she's asked, and that leads into our question, which is what are the top required tech skills at the moment? So I'll sort of rephrase that to the question that I had sent you all, which is like, what do you think are the hot skills that people should be looking at the moment, whether it's tech, non-tech? What do you think? So maybe Jeff, do you want to get us started? What do you think is a hot skill people should look at? I mentioned AI because I believe that people should look into that no matter what field they're in, because it is going to impact massively. Do not ignore my warning, everyone. Mark my word. But go ahead, Jeff. I'm just saying, Elon, I resonate. Hashtag, AI is here to stay. So hit me up and DM me, Elon, if you agree, and maybe we can get you on the panel and you can talk to us about how AI really is a enormous game changer that a lot of people are maybe not really realizing how severely serious it actually is. But go ahead, Jeff. And I think there's a little bit of background noise. I don't know what that's about, but if someone, don't know if that's typing, but go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks, Jess. I think AI is, without a doubt, AI is underpinning a lot of the business process automation that is occurring throughout business now, which is a whole part of digital transformation. To give an example of that, the water supply network into Melbourne is now fully automated. So effectively software controls taking water out of a dam or reservoir, putting it through a treatment plant and sending it down to suburban reservoirs for distribution to businesses and residents. No hands, nobody touches anything. It's all controlled by software. And a critical element of that is the AI self-learning component of it. So it's monitoring the network and it's looking at when things happen, alarms go off, how does it respond, and those types of things. So AI, without a doubt, will become increasingly pervasive, not just in IT, right across enterprises and organisations. Another really hot topic is certainly around cybersecurity. So we now live in a much heightened threat environment than we did 12 months ago, 24 months ago, and years ago. To give you an example of that, at Melbourne Water, we get about 60,000 attacks a month from all sorts of different organisations, and we block about 90 to 95% of the email that's sent to Melbourne Water because it's malicious, it's spam, it's phishing, it's those types of things. So that's the sort of volume that cybersecurity now, and cybersecurity is much broader than just IT. It's about awareness and education of all your employees and your contractors, how to recognise a phishing email, don't click on the links, all of that sort of stuff. It's about uplifting the digital capability of our workforce, which is working with HR or people in capability about what are the digital skill sets that we need into the future and how can we uplift the workforce in those digital capabilities. Because I can roll out IT, but if people aren't able to use the system because they don't have a sufficient digital capability, then IT is actually not adding any value to the organisation because people will go around it. Other areas, all the traditional areas will continue on, I think, around, the IT operations, although that's increasingly outsourced. So if people are interested in a career in IT operations, I would suggest that they look to go to like a managed services provider, which effectively do that outsourcing. Program and project management will continue to run internally. I'm a great believer that you should never outsource strategy or architecture. So, because that's really controlling your future and your destiny, and you want to be in control of that across the organisation. So I think that those roles will continue. The other area that's really hot at the moment is what we call UX/DX, or user experience, design experience. So that is having specialists who design the interface between the system and the user. And at Melbourne Water, we had 4 of those people. We had none when I got there. And it's a really interesting intersection of people, process and technology, and IT, and almost around that human-centered design about how do I design, and who's my workforce. I've got a bunch of engineers with big fat stubby fingers, so you need to build an interface that they can utilize, and they can do things like they can utilize that interface where they might be in a confined workspace or something like that. So it's really having that knowledge and understanding. So there's 3.
Yeah, definitely. User experience is super important. A lot of people are talking about things like empathy as well, but I love that you mentioned cybersecurity, and obviously what he's referring to when it comes to some of these AI water pumps or whatever like it's all about IoT. If you don't know what IoT is, I really encourage you all to get onto the internet and start Googling it. It's referring to the Internet of Things. So basically, this is just where sensors could be placed in devices. Eventually, we will have smart cities, I believe. We're going to see mass exodus, just like we did back in the day of like the Roman Empire type times, where people just picked up and left cities because they're outdated. I believe we're going to have a lot of smart cities. If you look at what's going on in Japan, there's a smart city project happening near Mount Fuji, which is run by one of the major automotive brands. And it's just really interesting to see that maybe Africa as well as an up and coming hub for smart city projects, so huge scale things. And that's where cybersecurity is even more important, because you have so many different endpoints. You have even, AI on the edge on some of these devices and chips that are, laying around. And so what if someone is able to physically access those devices, manipulate the data to tell you that the water's clean when, for example, it's toxic, as an example, right? That could be what we call cyber terrorism. I can't believe I'm actually going down that path so quickly. Oh my gosh, we're only 30 minutes into the event. But over to you, Mike, do you want to share with us your thoughts on what do you think are the hot skills right now?
Well, I think Jeff pretty much covered us entirely. He was on the spot on everything. I will just give a few couple of thumbs up. And second, his points about security. First of all, it is as you just mentioned, we are connecting more and more things onto the internet. Unfortunately, security sometimes, or if not most of the time, is an afterthought, and hence a lot of people are realizing now that it shouldn't be. And there's a big push for cybersecurity professionals, and we can see it also in our sector as well, in my company, even where it really is quite hard to find really good people to fill these roles. So there's definitely an area there that's ripe for the taking if you want to get into cybersecurity. Yeah, exactly. Let's say the other side, the other major impact at the moment, which is it's there for a reason. It's machine learning, not so much AI, but machine learning is starting to back up everything when it comes to business processes, business. I want to say business automation, any sector you can think of where some sort of big sets of data can actually help a machine automate anything. You can think of that it would be a good application for machine learning, and a lot of companies are kind of finding these things now. A lot of companies, by definition, are collecting massive amounts of data just by existing, and they are starting to use that data. And machine learning is one of the best applications of it. And a little bit of a side note to machine learning, I'd say the whole of data science and data engineering, because of all that data that is amassing at the moment, you need to be able to clean it up, parse it, transform it, move it around, organize it in so many different ways, report on it. And all of these are skills like data engineers and data scientists that are very, very important. Again, they're going to be as important as any other tech role very, very soon, I believe. Yeah.
100% have to agree with that. Data science, data engineers. Listen, majority of the job is not the funnest in the world. We'll be meeting later this afternoon Simran, who I remember, she did one of our programs. And I remember one day she came to me in the office and she said, "Hey, Jess, can I clean up the data? Can I just play around and clean up the data?" And I was like, "You actually want to do that?" This is and it's interesting because, automation, and we had a question before, isn't AI just advanced automation? It is, but how do I explain it? It's more than just automation, because it is a level of intelligence, because it's able to kind of learn what's unique about you, your company. And of course, we're not quite there yet, but based on projections, I think we're going to see things speed up so phenomenally. The information that the computers already and social companies already have on you is so big that they already know a lot about you that maybe you don't even know about yourself. But then if we're talking about an organizational point of view, I mean, and the data's there and it's accessible for a company, it does make life a lot easier. I mean, we developed, and that's what we've been working on for the past year, was a AI auto matching candidate jobs sort of platform, which is called Mali AI. It's a major sponsor for this event, and we're so proud, like in a year, how far it's been able to come, and then the volumes of data that it needs to process, and you need to clean everything first before you get anything happening. So I 100% agree. Even as simple as data analysis, please, students, get into that field if you can. But Harini, what do you think are some of the top skills to have across engineering, IT, or even just to get a job in general, maybe behavioral skills?
Yeah, mostly Jeff and Mike covered most of the thing. But one thing is, like, we are all welcoming the digital space. So when we are welcoming the digital space, like all these components like AI, machine learning, data, and another one component is like everything as a service. Even if you build a small object, you cannot give it as a product. You have to give it as a service. That's what everyone is expecting. So to be good in the market, I would say, like, try to have knowledge on everything, but definitely master one of the technology which you need to find it interesting. Then only, like, we can flourish in that. So absolutely, like, data is one of the biggest future, and another one is the cryptocurrencies, stocks, blockchain kind of
Yes.
talks. That's the next, like, when all these things, like, when the robot is
Yeah.
get it rolling in the world, and when we try to do a space tourism, and when we all go into digital, then I'm sure that many of the financial institution will think of coming up to the cryptocurrency and doing some regulation changes. So not
Yeah.
sure, but that's also one of the space which we need to look into it.
Yeah, definitely automation and like robotics, autonomous stores, autonomous shopping centers, autonomous restaurants. We're going to see all of this getting into robotics. Maybe you're not into programming. Maybe you want to be like a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. I'm even a big advocate. Like, that's why with this event we have like civil engineering students that we invite too, because hello, they're going to be building the smart roads. Do you know what I mean? And all these sorts of big, large-scale projects, you want to have an understanding of all these different things: hardware, software, sort of the firmware side, but also, physical places and spaces that will become more important, like you said. And obviously, aerospace engineering will be another hot one too, as we're starting to. This becomes much, much bigger. Brian, what do you think about things like special certification for particular roles? Is there any sort of certification? Like, I know in some areas like CCNA and ITIL, they're going to be required depending on your job. But is there anything that you'd suggest in terms of some small certs that people could get under their belt, or behavioral skills they could develop moving forward?
Yeah, so inevitably there will always be those kind of certifications. I think IT and programming is an area that doesn't really have a central body that gives us a certification that everybody agrees is beneficial. Certainly in the programming space, I spend a lot of time arguing with some of my co-workers about the idea of whether we do or do not need some kind of professional standards body that accredits programmers as being decent programmers or not. But I myself, I guess, have a huge amount of, exposure to people that don't have those certifications and do amazing things in their job. I think more than having little certifications like that might be absolutely required for some roles and jobs, I think having passion and willingness to learn is far more useful than having a piece of paper. Just in my experience, even just recently, I've had people that have worked for us that have had lots and lots of certifications, but actually couldn't contribute to the team and build things because they just didn't understand enough about the big picture. They were too focused on their little part of it and not the whole picture of what goes on in IT. I think another area of specialty that perhaps hasn't been mentioned as much that underpins cryptocurrency is actually just the underlying blockchain technology. I think that's going to have a huge impact on transparency of technology, and even things like vaccine passports you might find actually end up in some kind of blockchain technology, distributed computing, so that everybody can actually validate whether people have been vaccinated or not.
Yeah, the verification system is so awesome, and we're going to see a huge amount of uptake. We implemented blockchain into our Marley AI platform, so we can do verified references, and education to make sure these people, because sometimes that's a hard thing when we're going through profiles in HR, right? To make sure they are who they say they are, they studied where they say they studied, and that the reference is like legit. So we're implementing that, and I think that's really cool that you did bring that up. And we had one of our students, Javni, she's mentioned there, she's a recent IT grad, and she just wanted some tips. So one little thing I'll say is learn a little bit of the machine learning AI stuff if you can. Power BI is great. Get a little bit of Tableau under your belt. Why not? Understand as well AWS, Amazon, or Azure as well. We're big fans of both. Because, obviously you want to understand the ins and outs of data storage and databasing. In terms of the course link, just so you know, Javni, I think someone posted it in the comments before, so just check that out for I think the Harvard or Stanford one, whichever one it was. And what about you? Just finally there, Anth, what skills would you say someone could get that might really advance and set them apart from other students that are applying for jobs now?
First of all, I think, as you know, we have our students and grads listening into this, I'd invite you to step back and visualize 2030, 2040. And as what Jess was saying, and having lived in Japan for over 18 years, and the example of the smart cities as well, what are we moving towards? And I think this is a key piece. If we have a look, and how could a company such as H2X Global get involved in the automotive industry? Part of this is looking at what those emerging technologies are, and looking at how, and I think it was Mike was mentioning around machine learning and the business automation as well. To run a vehicle company, you needed massive footprints, massive amounts of people to actually build the cars, to build the engines. Thanks to technology and thanks to the applications of engineering, we've been able to do that on a far more smaller footprint, and to doing that smart. Part of that looking to 2030 is, I would say, anything to do with sustainability, anything that's looking at supply and value chain. If there's something that we've learned over the pandemic, is many multinationals had their value chain or their supply disrupted, and we're still experiencing this as well. So that requires then looking at how you can set those things up locally. Where are the skill sets that you have, and what can be some of those applications? And I think this is the thing for me, in the hydrogen economy as well, we're looking at what are some of those things to do with recycling, and how do we, for example, within the vehicles as well, sustainability is not just how we produce the car, it's how we make sure refueling happens as well. So from an IT and engineering perspective, being involved in some of those emerging technologies, which are extremely exciting. It is going to be challenging as some of the others have said as well, Brian, I think mentioned as well, there may not be the certifications, but getting involved in some of these projects while you're still at university, getting involved in robotics competitions, coming into companies such as H2X Global, when we put out those intern projects, these are the things that are going to start to get you into the right network of people that then are able to help you grow as well. And I think it's those combinations that are going to be there. But coming back, and I think Harini touched on something really important. What's your passion? What makes you want to work in an industry, or what is it that you want to do? I think it's really important, and to be able to move a couple of steps ahead, as Jeff said, starting from his background into a CIO, CTO role. required the MBA step and other steps along the way. So I think it really is about thinking about that destination and then really embracing the journey along the way.
I love that you've said passion is really important, because passion's what's going to make you want to continue to learn. And I want to add to that, though, that you need to have a talent for it too, because I tell this to people all the time, you can be the world's best ice skater, but if you don't want to be an ice skater and you'd like to be a tennis player, you need to accept that you might have to really train super hard if it doesn't come naturally to you. So try and mix your passion with what you're actually good at, because you can be a world famous sort of hairdresser with no qualifications, right? But if you've got all the certificates on the wall, but you still can't cut hair, you will have no customers. I give this as an example because it's this, like, you need to be able to add value. And that's what a lot of students and graduates, I think sometimes what we really want you to understand is that you need to kind of have a skill that's going to add value, and then people will want to pay you for that skill. Do you understand? Like, that's how it works. And so what we try to do is help young people develop, to help them develop their mindset out of the student mindset and into the fact that in the real world, yes, people are still going to want to help and support you. However, there is that onus, that responsibility on all of us to, like, you know, do our bit and to contribute as a team member. It's do you know what I mean? The learning part is now over, and now it's this, and I think that practical integration, you know, is really important. So doing an internship, I think 100% helps. We do have a few other questions. Let me just see if I can pick some out. This is a great session covering different topics. I got my light here, so that's why I'm having to squeeze through it. Great session, different AI and data field. Yeah, we're going to be talking about lots of different stuff this afternoon. Most companies limit the amount of experience they want as less than 2 years. Oh, that's a question that we do get quite often, is like, you know, must I have experience for grad roles? Well, keep searching, right? You've got to really look for jobs in the right places, you know. But what thing in terms of like a candidate, when you're hiring or interviewing a candidate, what kind of tip or trick could you give a young person when they're going for an interview? What's something that, you know, you've seen previously when you've interviewed someone that's really helped, or that's helped you in an interview? And then maybe what should they not do? Maybe if you could each give us an example of a tip to use and one to just avoid for an interview. What do you think, Jeff?
I think I agree with you. I certainly look for passion in candidates to come into the organisation, and that's passion about whatever skill set that they're bringing to the organisation, and that plays out in a number of ways. It plays out by demonstrating that they've actually prepared for the interview. And I highly, highly recommend that undergraduates actually, as they go for interviews, as soon as they can, coming out of the interview, write down as many of the interview questions as they can remember as possible. And then outside of the pressure of the actual interview, go and write a 2 to 3 minute narrative, which would be your perfect answer to that. And then get another graduate and just mock interview each other until you've got those questions and answers absolutely down pat. Because normally in an interview, you're only going to get sort of 10 questions, perhaps. If you can have 6 to 8 of them nailed, you really only need to think on your feet for a couple of other ones. And 6 to 8 questions nailed will generally get you through to the next round. So that's a really simple thing to do, and it just demonstrates preparation. So things like demonstrating your answering that, you know, you've actually looked at the website, you understand the organisation's purpose and its values and its vision, and, you know, in your answer, you can demonstrate how they align pretty well with yours. And those types of things are really good to interview and to practice and rehearse and rehearse and rehearse until you get them down pat. And because if you get yourself into that position, you'll actually go into the interview far more confident, because you'll know, I've got in the back of my mind, I've got 6 to 8 little narratives that I can apply to a whole host of different types of questions. So that's certainly demonstrating that preparation, and that demonstrates through passion. I'm passionate about what I'm doing and the skill set that I'm bringing to the organisation, but I'm also passionate about working at your organisation, whatever that happens to be. In terms of don'ts, don't take any longer than 2 to 3 minutes to answer a question. Like, there's nothing that turns people off in an interview situation by someone who sort of takes 5 to 10 minutes to answer each question.
Yeah. Yeah, we see that a lot. And you know what? I think even better, because you said doing those mock interviews, even better, honestly, get yourself some interview training. So I really mean it, students. We are doing a giveaway. So drop a tag your friend in the comments, because we're going to be doing the job interview training giveaway, which is one-on-one, okay? One-on-one giveaway for interview training, where we go over all the questions and we help you refine an exact answer. So it's on a video call, just like how we are now, but a one-on-one. We're also giving away a resume grad pack, right? Which includes, you know, cover letter, bunch of like, you know, emails to send before your interview and after. We've got the whole pack there ready to go. And we're just going to be picking a person randomly. We give that away at the very end of this event. So for those of you who can, drop a comment, tag a friend, and we're just going to pick it at random. So the more people who comment, you know, the better chances you're going to have in kind of getting that. So we're happy to do that with you. And I really think that that's important to invest. Definitely talk to your friends, but remember, seeing a specialist, it's like, I just keep on saying it. And I feel like I wish I could just shake the world and be like, hey, it's just going to help you so much. And then you won't struggle when you go for an interview. And I love the tip that you said there as well, to actually practice and writing things down, because that's where a lot of students go wrong. They apply to a lot of jobs that they're not even that passionate about. And you know, students, that you're doing that. You know, and it's like me, you know that lady Mary Kondo, and she says, like, if it's not something, an item you love, clothing you love, if it doesn't spark joy, throw it away, right? And I think treat your jobs like that. Can I be Mary Kondo? Can I say, if the job doesn't spark joy, don't apply. Like, create a list of jobs, because otherwise it's like pretending to love a shirt and being like, oh, I love it. We know when you're not really that keen, you know, because you're not going to put the effort in. If you actually really want the job, trust me, you're going to be doing the research to the ends of the earth. Because I know we got later like brands like Facebook today, and I know for a fact you students would be writing it down all night if you had an interview with Facebook. So you want a job, you want to go and apply to a company that shares those same values, and you actually, the point is too that you want it to be a place that you want to work at as well. It's not just about them wanting you, you've got to want it as well, right? That's what an interview is there for, you know? So yeah, but Mike, what are your thoughts on a tip of a do and don't for an interview?
Yeah, like I think my tip would be definitely do keep practicing, be perseverant, just keep persevering at interviews, because interviewing is a skill. You won't get it right necessarily the first time. So as you have said, you know, do your practices, but keep going at it, and you will see yourself getting better. So don't lose faith. My point is, when, you know, if something doesn't go very well the first few times, and that's okay. You're just learning a new skill, basically. Being able to represent yourself and sell yourself, it's a skill. As a small don't, I think something that I would definitely advise against is fluffing around your answers if you're not sure, or trying to pretend that you know something. If you don't know something, especially for graduates, we know you're new to a job, you know the industry. We expect to not have a lot of experience, if any, and we expect to teach you pretty much everything you need to know in order to do that job. So feel free to be confident about things you know, but also be very honest about the things you don't.
You don't know. Yeah, that's important, because you don't want to bring into question in the interview your integrity. And that all comes down to people who are in HR. We are people. We meet with people all the time. I've actually realized in the past 2 years, I've done more interviews than I have had meals. I've done more interviews than I have had meals. Can you believe it? So 3 meals a day, right? It's not like I'm saying counting it as 1 meal a day, 3 a day. So I've done more interviews than I have had meals, probably double. But that's a lot. And so we learn over time, and you learn in any role. They know how to read people. They know when your answer is genuine. Just like when you know your friend is not telling you the truth, or someone might be lying. we can pick up on that, and you're better off to just be real, be honest, because we're going to respect that and still want to hire you anyway. Remember, we're there to want to hire. We're not there to not hire. Do you understand? We want to find someone for the job, not the opposite. But Harini, what's a do and a don't?
Yeah, one thing would be like you have to believe in yourself, you have to be confident. So that will come when you try to put some effort in applying the job. Random click and apply, you might not feel confident.
Yes.
So 100%, you have to believe in yourself and you have to have a mindset that you will get the job. Okay. And another thing is, yes, in the interview, you have to be genuine. You cannot beating around the bush. You have to be precise. And yeah, you can give some examples. So something like that. And don'ts, it's if it's not getting, just take it as an experience and prepare it for the next time.
Yeah.
Like as Jeff said, note down all the questions. Definitely, it's going to be a set of 10 or 15 in a different paraphrasing way. But yes, don't give up or don't feel like frustrated. You know, it's an experience you're taking it. So that's the one. And don't give some irrelevant answers, because the interviewer will definitely understand that.
Yeah. And on that too, don't be scared of sharing tech conversation. If you're going for a tech job, talk tech. If you're not a very confident person, by the way, and you're not a very extroverted person, you don't need to be like me, for example. You be yourself, you know, be the reserved, more quiet version of you, if that's who you are, and just be confident in that quiet confidence. So, you know, just answer the questions and steer towards technology. If you're very nervous, just give the techie answers. I think that's always a really good tip that I give to people. Okay, we have some more questions coming through, but I want Brian and Anth. So Brian, do you want to tell us what would be a do and a don't in an interview setting you'd give a grad advice on?
Look, I couldn't agree more with Jeff's point about putting in the time to do some preparation. You know, customize your cover letter, spend some time on their website. If they're an online product, spend some time trying to use it. You know, I've had people turn up to an interview at TryBooking who have never looked at our website, and they can sign up for free and start using our product and do some research into understanding what we do. Nothing turns me off faster than somebody who clearly has never even looked at our website. The other thing I'd say is, as Mike was saying, it's critically important to be willing to say, I don't know the answer. And if you are going for a techie job, use that as an opportunity that you can learn, right? Ask some questions. Say, even if it's can I ask some questions about that? I'm not sure I understand what you mean, because I've been in plenty of interview circumstances, both with people that I've hired and people who I haven't hired, where I've been willing to spend 10 or 15 minutes explaining something. And occasionally I get something out of that conversation too. It is a two-way street. I guess the last thing I'd say is ask questions too. Have some questions that you want to ask about the organization prepared, to demonstrate that you're actually interested in the role and you want to learn about what to expect when you get into that role. And if you were to come work at a place like TryBooking, it would be very different to some of the other organizations, I'm sure, on this panel.
Yeah. Pick a culture that fits with your values. And Kelly, awesome that you're tuning in. She's asked the question around like how to make the most out of your memberships with like ACS and IEEE. And I think that all comes down to like be involved in some extracurricular activities. And remember, the interview is an opportunity for you to build a network too. So keep that in mind, right? Like build that relationship. So we only have time to finish off with our very final remark, Anth, on this. And then this panel, unfortunately, is over. It feels like I can't believe we got through that so quickly. But Anth, what's the very final do and don't that you could give as a tip to anyone who's listening in that has an interview coming up?
Breathe. Make sure
Yes.
you breathe, right? I think this is one of the things you get into this kind of like hyperventilating stage, and sometimes I think, do I have to do CPR? Like, you know, it's about being present, allowing yourself also, I think, to your point earlier, if you're an introvert, it doesn't mean that you have to do a Jess kind of show, okay?
Yeah.
It's okay to be yourself. having those questions there, and make sure you check your technology. More and more, we're doing the kind of interviews online. Make sure you've got a full battery. It's a real bummer when you're getting to those really critical questions and your technology dies, but enjoy the process.
Yeah. And the tech is so important. So be careful with like Bluetooth headphones, check your Wi-Fi and internet connection. We're going to go into all sorts of interview tips. I want to thank every single person up on this stage. So everyone in the audience, I hope you're all giving a huge round of applause. Do harass them on LinkedIn because I know everyone's going to be DMing me. So I want everyone to get connected and drop in your resume, reesby.com.au/channel, because then we can pass it on to some of those who have grant programs and who are doing some grant hiring. So don't hesitate to do that or check out their website. So thanks, Jeff, Mike, Harini, Brian, Anthony. We're going to go into intermission. I'm going to play a quick announcement from the Minister Jala from Victorian Government, and then we're going to have a break, and we'll be right back for our 1:05 in 5 minutes time for our next session of panelists. So thank you, everyone, and we'll be over to our video just a second.
Hi, and welcome to the Digital Innovation Festival. DIF's an exciting Victorian Government initiative that brings together people to connect, collaborate and learn about digital tech and innovation. It runs for 2 weeks. Innovation drives growth across every part of our economy and makes Victoria one of the greatest places in the world to live, work and do business. Our local innovators are responsible for some of the world's major advances in technology, medicine, manufacturing and science, things that are now part of our everyday, at home, at work, at school and everywhere in between. Our position as an innovation leader is firmly established, and the Andrews Labor government is committed to working with people just like you, Victorian businesses, entrepreneurs, individuals and communities to drive economic growth and create new and exciting opportunities for Victoria. I hope you enjoyed today's event, and be sure to check out the other events taking place over the course of the Digital Innovation Festival. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do some of these events in person, but for now, stay safe and stay well and enjoy the online DIF that is the 2021 festival. Take care.
And we're back. I just had a little bit to eat. I hope you've all got a coffee or a tea. My preference is coffee, as everybody knows. And I really am looking forward to this next panel. This is a panel that's going to be super close to my heart because as a lot of you know, how my journey started was obviously promoting women in tech. In fact, what inspired me to get into my entrepreneurial journey was a phone call I had with a woman. I won't say her name, but she was amazing. And I remember she specifically said to me, oh, 300K, yeah, don't call me back unless it's like over 350. And she actually hung up on me. Believe it or not, that like literally inspired me so much. I did not take offense to it at all. I thought, wow, what a boss. And that's what inspired me to get into my journey of particularly helping women in tech. I mean, I help people from all over, every background. I just believe that everyone should have a chance, particularly me growing up. You probably have read my LinkedIn profile by now. I grew up in Heidelberg. I grew up in like domestic violence and like crazy stuff of drugs. It was insane. And basically my whole life changed just by having people around me who I looked up to and those who I was inspired by. So I wanted to have a very special panel of women here today just to showcase some other women who you can look up to and maybe one day be just like. So welcoming them to our panel, we have Cassandra, Christina, and Victoria. So pop your mics on. We're going to do a little intro. I'm so excited. So firstly, I wanted to go kind of like a little bit one by one and just, I guess, get you guys to each tell me how it is you got into your field. So maybe starting with, well, we'll go with the order, right? So Christina. So Christina's head of engineering over at ComputerShare. Do you want to share with us a little bit about what got you into tech and particularly being a girl, what inspired you to want to do this?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Jess. Really an inspiring story listening to yours as well. Definitely it rings a bell and it's very close to my heart because I also had a bit of a rough start, not necessarily the same, but very much the fact that, I lived in Egypt and basically the tech world at the time where I kind of joined my uni wasn't necessarily the direction women would go to the most or really would gravitate to. And that's where I guess I had a different kind of mindset. I saw that how things are not necessarily how they should be. And really, I just thought it's very smart to do this, to kind of get into this industry and really learn how to, program, how to get the whole computer to listen to you. What's this magical things that turns your thoughts into actions? And I was really interested in making a career out of it. And I thought it also would take me around the world, which it did. I'm not saying I traveled across many countries or anything, but definitely the fact that it's more of an enabler for you to really craft your own way wherever you want to go. Definitely been that for me. And I was quite lucky to have that career, from early on up until now. I've maintained this kind of path and I really loved it. Basically, I'm a software engineer and I'm currently leading leaders of software engineers and basically just enabling them do their job. And it's always, mesmerizing working with smart people and enabling them. So they're still human. You need to make sure they've got their kind of everything working for them that they need, as well as really looking after the tech or the service that you're providing as well. So it's a package, and I love this job for that.
Wow, I love it. So anyone who wants to be a boss, look at Christina. She has done it all. And I really encourage you to check out everyone's profiles, give them some recognition. If there's any girls in the audience, females, drop us a hello. Let us know where you are as well across the world, because I know that there are people tuning in from everywhere. So I'm so looking forward to asking you guys all these questions. Victoria, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about what you do? I know that you work over at H2X Group, which is what we were discussing before, the hydro cell electric vehicles that are hydrogen and electric powered cars, which I'm really excited about, really up and coming brand. So tell us a bit about what you do on a day-to-day.
Yeah, cool. Great. Thanks, Jess. So at H2X, I think that what we're really motivated by is sustainability. Obviously, we're all in this together when it comes to addressing the climate crisis. And for us, for H2X, we're really sort of playing our part by sort of giving, sort of, let's say, paving a way to decarbonize our very dirty, very nasty sort of transport and mobility sectors. So we're doing this using things called hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. They're really quite cool. You put some hydrogen in on one side, and then you get you just get water out on the other side. So it's really quite a cool concept. For me, my day-to-day, I come from a science and technology background. So what I'm doing is that I'm staying on top of, all of the new innovations that are coming up in the hydrogen and automobile space. And I'm really sort of keeping my finger on the pulse there to make sure that we are always following the very best tech. So that way we can really, innovate far into the future and deliver things that are really cutting edge, but also really sustainable, as always.
I love that. I so love that. And I love how you simplified such a complicated thing into, well, I just want to. I think that's amazing. I think that's awesome. Well, we're so excited for everyone to discover your brand and also to maybe look into, for women, getting into mechanical, get into automotive industries, get into civil engineering, get into the building industry, become architects, because just like Victoria's saying, this is not just for automotive. We're going to have huge smart cities. We're going to have huge smart buildings, massive projects. And let me tell you, this is where the money is. All right, ladies? So get into it, okay? Because you can buy your own bags and you can buy your own things. So hashtag, independent woman. But I really love that, Victoria, that you're in such a what's typically known as a male industry. And I want to encourage more and more women to get into it because just like Victoria, you can thrive and it's a lot of fun. So we have up next Simran as well. She's also an engineer. She also has done one of our programs, our internship program. She ended up then getting an awesome job. She's working as a business analyst over at Clear Dynamics. I think I mentioned her before. She's the one who loves to clean data, and we're so excited. But Simi, do you want to tell everyone how did you get into this journey, and what kind of got you into where you're at today? What tips could you give someone, a young girl who's wanting to pursue tech?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I'm really excited to be here and be part of this panel. As my first job, I came to Australia as a student. I studied for 2 years, and in my last semester, I kept fetching for internships and part-time jobs that would, align with my studies. And that's when I came across RESB program of internship, and I completed 3 months internship there, which was an amazing journey. It was my first internship here at RESB, and I eventually turned that opportunity into a part-time opportunity for myself, and I learned a lot during that journey. Jess was there always to guide me throughout the way, and she believed in me and provided me a platform to outshine my skills, and that's actually helped me to present myself in a more confident and amazing manner in front of others. So yeah, that's a bit of credit that I would like to give to RESB for actually enhancing my personality throughout that journey. And after I finished my graduation, I landed a full-time job at Clear Dynamics as a business analyst. I really enjoy this job because it's kind of a bridging the gap between what the client aspires and what we could actually develop, and being that mediator to understand what it's like being in a client's shoes, and then what it's like actually under development. Having that understanding is really the part of my job that I really enjoy.
Do you know what though? So I know Sim, she's saying, oh, okay, I giving me some credit there, but I'll be honest, when I met Simran, I was really blown away. She's such a professional. She wears outfits to the office, but she was just always such a professional. And I think that what it really takes is believing in yourself. if you hadn't have come up and been like, hey, let's do this many times, then some of the skills that you're now doing, I think you want to take ownership back to some of those things. Give yourself some of that credit, because I'm telling you now, like, a lot of grads, they don't realize just how amazing they are. And it might take just that little bit of kind of self-belief, or someone else maybe taking them under their wing. And I'm telling you, if you can find an organization where someone will take you under their wing, do it. Because I'm telling you now, that will set up your career to be so much better. And this is that one time in life when you are, fresh, and still learning, where people will take the time to help you. Because as you get more and more advanced, just like you'll see with Cassandra, who's incredibly senior, and I'm so excited to hear all about what she does, you'll see what I'm talking about, in that then you become that mentor, right? So first you're the mentee, and then eventually one day you'll be a mentor, Simran, and I want you to do that to someone else. Help them, believe in them. Obviously you're still learning now, but I'm sure, hey, give it a year, maybe you'll be doing it. Maybe you're doing it already with where you're at. But we have an incredible guest speaker as well with us, which is Cassandra. Cassandra is such an inspiration. She's a CIO, so Chief Information Officer, for those who don't know, at the Victorian Building Authority, which is, as you probably imagine, quite male-dominated industry. And I'm sure she has some awesome tips. Like, what would you give as an inspiration to some young females wanting to get into the field, and what words of encouragement would you give, particularly to the building industry, civil, any of those fields? Feel free to share your thoughts, Sandra.
Our Victorian Building Authority, our CEO is female, and she's a big supporter of both males and females in the building industry, and we're a regulatory authority. So we make sure the quality of the buildings are, well built, registered builders, registered building surveyors, and it's a huge amount of data we're doing now. So if you're a clever data person, and even if you're not, if you can work out what the data means, I'd really encourage people to learn that. That's certainly where the growth is. For young females and graduates, I really encourage you just to back yourself and be brave. If you never use the word just, or put yourself down, or take a step back, always put yourself forward, and you can do it. And be a bit brave and apologize later, like try things. I've got a really great team where I am at VBA, and what I try to lead by letting them take charge of what they want to do. And sometimes you make mistakes, but those mistakes lead to learning. For me, it's I had more of an upbringing like Jess, very disruptive, and expectations were not terribly high. Yeah. So I ambled on through life, and then I was living in Sydney. So I live in Melbourne, Australia, but I was living in Sydney, and I had a job and I wasn't enjoying it. And I said to my boyfriend, who is now my husband, I might get into that YT thing because I think it's going to take off. So look, there was no great strategic plan there. I was just like Jess, need to make money, want to buy my own bag. So I had my dad was an influence in my life. My mum died when I was quite young, and he always said, make sure you can support yourself. Never let a boy think he can beat you at anything. And really encouraged me to be independent, to not rely on people. So to rely on myself to, support myself if I needed to. Fortunately, I did. I've got a great partner, so I was very lucky. And no, not lucky. I was actually. I went out with a lot of people that weren't great. So, and he was very supportive of my career. And I went back. I was very fortunate. I was working at a council, and I got the opportunity. They gave me a scholarship to do an MBA. So I did that. And I want you girls to understand you can do it all. You get tired, but you can. And while I was doing the MBA, when I applied for it, and then I found out I was pregnant. And so I sort of thought, I won't do this MBA. I'll probably get it knocked back because it was a scholarship. But I had a woman director, and she said, no, just do it. So I managed to do an MBA, give birth to 2 girls, and renovate a house. I don't know how I did it now. I couldn't do it this time. So I'm not saying you need to do all of this, girls, but I really want to encourage females as well. Like as a senior leader, I really encourage females when they have children to come back to work and do a couple of days and stay in the workforce. It's hard. I wouldn't say there's a work-life balance. There's just choices and consequences. Some things you do well, but forgive yourself all the time. But really try and stay in the workforce for your confidence, for your financial independence. And it does help you when opportunities, if you're out for a long time, you'll go back to the level you started. And I think you naturally lose that confidence in yourself because things have changed. Things do change. You don't change. Things change in your life. You can learn about new technologies. You can take yourself back to doing what you're good at. You just need to make sure you're in an environment where they encourage. It's a difficult juggle, but it's worth the juggle for yourself. Always do a little bit of study. Always do a short course if you can fit something in every year, and do something that often doesn't relate to your job. If you're really great at data and data analytics, then do something around communications. How do I present that information? You're clever, but you've got to present it to an audience who needs to understand it. So really focus on how do I present that work. I'm doing a course now, a neuro-linguistic programming course. It's a fantastic thing. So contract management, and depending on where your career takes you, do I need to know a bit more about the legal side of contracts because I'm a leader now and I'm not doing my job? And sometimes when you get promoted, you almost want to step back into what you were good at. And it's that change into now I have to manage people. I have to look after their careers, really focus on people's performance development plans and really focus on that yourself, whether it's formally at work or just setting goals for yourself, because I read back on some books and I go, I write a little summary of every year of what we've got up to, and I write my goals, and I want a senior position. And you write it down and you go back and you look at it a few years later and you go, oh, wow, that happened. So really focus on what you want out of your life. Always talk up. Like in my meetings with my team, we have a whole range of people from service desk. Everyone has the opportunity to speak, share information, share ideas, have a bit of fun at work. I really want people to enjoy what they're doing, and I want people to feel valued. And I think everyone needs to feel their contribution is important and valuable, and it fits into a bigger jigsaw of a workplace. But it's fun. But my first job in IT was on the service desk, and I didn't even know how to. I'm looking at the computer going, there must be some magic button somewhere to turn it on. I was very communication. So when people would ring me, and we didn't have, technology where you could go and see what they were doing on their screen, you had to talk them through the process. So fortunately I could read, so I could read and I'd say press enter, and they'd press the enter button and the message would go away, and they go, you're so smart. And I'm like, okay, I can read. But look, it's a tricky journey, but never underestimate your own skills and ability and where you want to see it and where you see yourself. And particularly for me, I'm a mum of two girls, and one's 18 and one's 21. And I really wanted them to make sure that they could get a job and a career where they can look after themselves. Also, you can travel. You've got these skills that you can take across the globe. I mean, we're in Melbourne. We can't travel further than 5Ks. But when that day comes, you've got these skills that you can use in different environments, different countries, and learn about how different people work. It's such an opportunity, and my team's got a really great split of males and females, and everyone brings different. Oh, and my dog's about to bounce through the house because someone's rung the doorbell. Don't you love the work?
Well, I was going to say, the fact that you mentioned communications, I think is so important, because I think that that's something in that previous panel. I do believe, that's the key to success in an executive focused role. Like, as you can see, Cassandra, so well spoken, so well presented. I'm telling you now, if each of you who are tuning in and listening in, male or female, do a little bit of training, upskilling, watch videos of executives talk. That's why I'm curious. I'm always fascinated to learn and hear from people like Cassandra who've reached that executive level. It happens for a reason, because they're able to integrate not just technology, but also explain and communicate that effectively. Am I right? I feel that, in my opinion, that's where the leadership comes from, and it does come internally. Just like Cassandra said, you can't have someone make you learn these things and pursue this career in your life. It has to somehow come from within, I believe, but you do want to push yourself, right? Because what a lot of women do is we tend to as well undersell ourselves. You kept mentioning, like, some people, they say, oh, I'm just taking on this role, or I'm just working on this little project. Don't ever describe it as a little project. Don't ever say, oh, it's that simple, or things like that, because what you're doing is underselling yourself. And always in any company, even if you have had, because there's a lot of girls and guys who might have had a bad experience in their previous job, don't highlight that in the interview. You want to always have things be positive, because how good your previous role is, it makes you look good. Just kind of like dating, if you meet someone and they're like, oh, my last relationship was horrible, you start to get questions about that person, right? So it's a similar thing when it comes to an interview. You want to really highlight all the pros and your positive experiences, and don't undersell yourself, and own and take that credit, because that's what people, that's what a lot of males are stronger at sometimes. And I'm just saying this because I know there's a lot of guys who are tuning into this, and this is not, I love people from all different backgrounds, but I'm just saying, us as women, sometimes we're a little bit more shy about that. And that comes down to salary and negotiation. Cassandra mentioned contracts, learning the legal, also learn how to negotiate. Yeah. And stand your ground, just like that lady when she rings up. Boom, don't call me unless it's over 350K. And you know what I mean? Because you will only ever get paid what you ask for or less. I don't think I've ever heard, maybe one time I've heard of someone being offered a job and they're getting paid more than what they asked for. So you go to an interview, like, oh yeah, no, I'm after 120. Then I'm going to go, you know what? We're going to offer you 180. No, it doesn't happen. They'll go like 115. Trust me, you have to ask for it. Okay, you really have to, and do your research to what your other competitors are doing. Look, we've got people who are saying that they're getting boosts of confidence. Drop in the comments any questions as well that you had. And I love it. Nigel's saying all female IT jobs. It's not an all female IT jobs seminar, by the way, Nigel, just to clarify. This is the female panel for this session. So we want to set aside a special time for the women. But over to our questions. So what kind of I guess, advice would you give a young girl who's looking to pursue engineering and IT? What kind of skills would you say they should start to acquire? Is there a particular certification or area you think is hot and where the money's at? Maybe we'll go in order again. Christina?
Yeah, sure. So I guess if we're looking at engineers, there's a lot of depth that every engineer can go to in the different kind of components that make up software, really. And it's potentially going to be driven initially by what the person is actually interested in the most. So definitely you can dive into how to do the actual coding, what it's like to be an actual developer versus, I guess, the other disciplines in the business. There's a lot that can, actually make this picture complete that you actually also need to look into. So you need to look at the big picture just so you understand where you fit in. So the architectural side of things, although it's potentially more of an advanced topic that some people would see, this is something that I can get to in about a year or so, or maybe a few years further down the line. It's more on really how strong do you want to be understanding the ins and out of your job? Do you really understand what a big distributed system looks like, and where the code that you're writing or this piece that you're working on fits into that bigger picture? What does it mean for you to kind of think big, think scale, think of how the longevity of that kind of piece of code, piece of software that you're delivering, how that actually will take how it will go forward. What does it mean for you to be successful, and what does it mean for the actual product to be successful? Because they go hand in hand. You can definitely be quite average. You can definitely deliver, what the the requirements kind of prescribe, but you can also be a driver of change. You can also go in and ask the questions nobody else asked, and be the person who looks at a holistic kind of view as to why are we doing this, why are we trying to make this change. And in that, you will become a different quality of an engineer versus just someone who gets the job done and moves on to the next thing. So I guess in terms of the technologies, I was tuning into the previous panel. There's definitely many areas that they've touched on there in terms of areas that not every developer and not every software engineer really thinks about. The first as to the first thing that comes to their mind, which is security, for example, is a big one. Really understanding the cloud at this point is just bread and butter to our industry, and how you can get also existing legacy apps off that legacy kind of infrastructure and onto the cloud. This is a big piece that really currently is almost most companies are struggling with, especially the ones that are on the bigger scale, because they have to actually move everything and maintain their relationships and their contracts with their customers and everybody. Not a quick lift and shift operation. They definitely have to be very strategic as to how they break down those pieces of work, how they maintain almost sometimes a parallel environment. So I think this kind of bigger thinking and looking at what really the whole kind of business transformation model is in the world right now, how everybody's transforming. And then you will definitely find an area that you're really interested in, that you can also be very skilled in as you learn more and more, that you can dive into further.
Yeah, that understanding of the bigger picture strategy does bring me to that kind of piece I did want to touch on as well. And Victoria is perfect to discuss this point, which is that you don't necessarily always need to be a hardcore engineer to be in IT. You could be a project manager, you could be a program manager, you could be transformation director, you could be change management, service delivery. There are so many different fields. And Victoria, do you want to share with everyone a little bit about kind of like what you do, and I suppose too how you navigate the workforce and like presenting yourself in an interview, a tip you might give a young girl or someone who wants to get into this field and doesn't really know, like, well, I don't want to be a programmer, I'm not good at engineering, what could I do? How can I get into it? Maybe explain a bit about how you got to where you were at over at H2X.
Yeah, well, I think for me, when it came to sort of looking for places that I might like to work, for me, it's always come down to my motivations. It's always come down to things that I'm really passionate about. So for me, I've always been passionate about sustainability. I've always been passionate about addressing climate change, which is exactly what has led me to the role that I'm in at the moment. And so for me, what I would say is that there's an entire plethora of roles in any industry that you have. There's always HR, there's always accounts, there's always finance. There is always, there are engineers, there are designers, experts, and so on and so forth. There's always need for IT. And so for me, I always aligned myself most importantly with what motivated me. I needed something that I was going to be happy to wake up for early in the morning, something that I was going to be happy, to stay up late at night to attend meetings and things like that. So for me, it's always been about the motivation. I need to always make sure that, I'm really clearly motivated. So that's also probably another little tip that I would bring for interviews and for recruitment and things like that. Typically for recruiters, they're seeing a lot of resumes that look really, really similar in terms of education and in terms of experience. You'll find that a bunch of the grad students, they look, almost indistinguishable from each other. So I think that when it comes to applying for jobs, when it comes to interviews and things like that, you really need to bring a bit of an it factor. And I think that it's really easy to become overwhelmed and to become nervous with the recruitment process, because it can be quite alienating, quite honestly. But so long as you are reconnecting with exactly why you want this position, so long as you can communicate that effectively, exactly why you as a person, because by this point you're selling yourself as a person, as a part of the team, as opposed to somebody who has a set of skills, somebody who has a set of experience. So for me, it's all about reconnecting with what really motivates you, and really effectively communicating that, and building up on those skills and getting more involved with things that you're really passionate about, through volunteering experiences and otherwise. So that's what I would say. Girls, stay in touch. Girls, guys, stay in touch with what really motivates you, and make sure that you tell your recruiter that.
Yeah, I love that you have mentioned that we are looking for someone who wants to be there, and that comes down to, like, do your research, because what you want is firstly to be genuine when you're going for an interview. This applies to boys and girls, right? When you're applying to a company, don't just click and hit apply, right? And don't just use the same strategy that you use at one place at another, and do your research, particularly for the girls. Like, do your research on the workplace culture, because I'll tell you something, sometimes what they have on the website is not always what it's like in real life. And so it can be really hard. You don't want to go into a place where you're going to be harassed or something. Like, it's a real thing. You don't want to be chosen in a job based on some qualities that, or be, if you don't get good vibes, or in the interview process you don't feel comfortable, don't feel obliged to just take the role just because it's there or just because they offer you. And once again, don't be scared to negotiate on the salary. One tip I would just say to anyone, any grad who's out there, try at least try early in your career to go back and write a little message. And that's part of that little grad pack we're giving away, a little template that explains, like, thank you so much for the job offer. I was aiming for XYZ, and just try and get that little bit more. A reason why I say to practice this skill, because one, you need to get that out of your system so that you get a little bit more familiar with it. Treat it like going shopping. Me, when I go to any shop, I'm telling you now, I always ask for a discount. Every time, any shop I'm at, I'll say, look, by the way, is there any discount? Is there any chance I could get a better price? Or is there any little anything samples? I'll go to Sephora, you get the little samples. They're like, oh, do we have any? So I'm trying to negotiate in life in general outside of work, but also negotiating with your salary is important, because chances are for us women, that's something we struggle with, because you get worried, like, oh, if I don't take the first thing that's offered to me, they won't want me, But for a big company, a couple of $1,000 extra means not much, but for someone like, a young graduate, it's going to mean a lot. Over to you, Simi. Do you want to give us some tips on what you're thinking, maybe even on negotiation, or how you picked and choose the culture that you're currently working in at Clear Dynamics, and how you made sure it was the right fit for you?
Yeah. To start off with, I would say the first step would be start with an open mind and try to absorb everything and figure out what's your superpower in that particular skill, industry, or whatever area you're interested in. If you identify that superpower, you can excel and portray yourself in all interviews and everything, and just bang on. And the other thing would be to keep learning and never to stop, because the world is evolving, and every day there is new innovations. So keeping yourself up to date with the technologies and things that are happening around is really important. And most importantly, and the one that I really go by, is care. Like, care about what you're doing, care for yourself during that process, like even while you're working or in your process of interviewing. Care about the job, care about the things that you're doing, because once you start caring about it, you don't have to force yourself to do it. The productivity and eventually the boost to do it comes from within. And I guess getting that work balance as well is really important. And during this lockdown, everyone's affected with that. And to be honest, I was a part of it as well. It was really difficult for me to switch off from work while working from home, just to maintain that balance. So I guess, yeah, that would be one tip for everyone who's working right now and who's going to be working, to always try and maintain that work balance.
I love it. And I'm leaving the best to last, I feel, in this question, that Cassandra, like, how did you get to be at the level that you're at in such an industry that you're in? What's like something that sets, you apart? Or is it, you mentioned you write down some goals, and I do believe that goal setting is important, right? Have a 5-year career plan, yeah? Get a thing. We've got a little free, what is it? Free digital gift bag that we've got on the channel link that's here, and included in that has our career planner, and it's free, and you just download it and you can print it off and write down your goals. But how did you get to be so successful? How did you kind of, like, get to the top and show that you know what you're doing, and, not feel nervous in those meetings? Like,
I still feel nervous. I still feel nervous in meetings. But what I did find, it's when I started, which was some time ago, about 25 years ago, it was very male dominated, but the technical people, the technical guys were really helpful. And I had my experience of getting here was just pure accident, as you can tell by trying to turn a computer on. But we had a big incident where I worked, big outage at the time. It's not where I am now, a long time ago. And they put me in charge. So some people lost their job, and they said, you're going to run the IT department. Well, I've never felt more sick in my entire life, because it's lovely to sit in the background going, oh, if I was the boss, I'd do this. And if I was the boss, well, that day they make you the boss. You write an email to one of your friends going, oh, my God, what's happened? And they can hear the quivering through the email. But what I did follow, because we'd had this major network outage, they were going to bring one of the big five in to investigate. And I had a feeling that was not going to bring any value. And this is where I say, back yourself and take a risk. So what I chose to do was a penetration test before they were popular. And male colleagues of mine who I didn't work with said, try this. And I started the test, and then I told my boss that I'm just running this penetration test before we commit to someone interviewing people. And it worked out, we hadn't done patch upgrades and all those things. So I seemed very clever. I'm very technical and very clever. But what I did follow was my intuition.
Yeah.
And we did find a lot of things, and I did present to the board, and we really uplifted our security. So what it is sometimes is follow your gut and have some trusted colleagues, maybe not working in the business with you. But because I wasn't a particularly technical, I came from a project background, I would, if some of my network engineers were being a bit tricky, I'd ring a mate and go, he's saying this, I think it's this. And he'd say, ask this question and this question and this question. And then I'd ask these questions. I sounded far more knowledgeable than the detail, but do it. Get some good friends and colleagues and trust people, and have your trusted group who you can go to when you don't know. If your intuition is telling you something, pretty much most of the time it will be right. In terms of salaries, I would always say get the job, and when they've made a decision, it's really hard. If you are the first choice, the second choice is a second choice. It's very rarely is it borderline. Yeah. And then have a look on whatever, your Seek website or whatever website you've got, and compare those salaries and say, then be in an organisation where they do performance development plans with you, and set your performance goals, but make sure they're measurable. So you can say, I aim to provide this type of reporting to the business to help us, for us, it's like we can do more inspections, and this will report and show that. And then you've got, so we say you might do 10 inspections, but we want to do 30. And this report will help with that. So have really measurable KPIs so you can jump up to the next salary band, because you've got proof over 12 months.
Yeah.
Save something on your email or in notes of positive feedback you get from people, and outputs that you deliver, because from what you do at the beginning of a year to the end, you forget all the good stuff you've done in between, and you sit there with your performance development plan going, what did I achieve this year? Save them, keep them where you can find them. Good things I did, call it, just put it in a few notes. People are really grateful for the help you get. I find a lot of people, and it's both male and female, will go, oh, I'm just doing my job, particularly in more of the back end kind of, churn of stuff. I put, like my team, we put more things into the cloud, so it's in Azure now, so we'll probably save about $6,000 a month, storage. They are really good things. And they do that because a year passes and I go, what did you do? And they remember what they did, 24 hours ago.
Exactly.
And in terms of careers, there's a whole lot of, particularly with the drive in building and roads and transport, we're like from Victorian Building Authority, registered building surveyors, really male dominated, pays well, really encouraging females to look at that as a career. Certainly data, security, there's so many components of security. There's the cyber security, but there's also behavioural security. The best security in the world, but if you take a file and leave it on the train and it's got all this private information, then that's where security goes wrong. So training people. For people who want to if you're really good at the detail, great BAs are fantastic. You'll never get enough value. Like I tell my husband all the time, I said, you just need a good BA where you work because they're clever and they work everything out. And some are great BAs and PMs. I was always a good PM, terrible BA, hate the detail, just want to deliver.
So
PM.
project management is, it's very people oriented. And that's why I always say to people, if you're not a engineer, get into like project management because the money is so amazing. And I love that you say the training and development. And I 100% agree with you with writing down what you've done that is good. Again, the free career planner you get in the digital little gift bag we're doing, it's on the website. If you can't find it, just send us a message. We'll get it to you. It has a section to write down every single good thing you've done, and you have to keep on like writing that down, get the acknowledgement. And as well, every year or every 2 years, book in a time to catch up with your boss and talk about your role, your KPIs, your salary. Yes. Because us sometimes women, we try to not move around too much. And what you're doing is you're losing opportunity because the market can go up. So if, for example, let's say Jeffrey or whoever, like it doesn't matter, boy, girl, they're getting paid $10,000 more than you already in your next role, what do you ask for? A lot of people will say, oh, you asked for 10,000 more. No, because if Jeffrey was to leave that role, he'd be asking for another extra 10 on top. So you have to now ask for 20,000 more, and so you have to remember that you're already sometimes in some cases a step behind. But we even have a boss who is saying, what's a good way to negotiate salary without sounding too demanding? It's really about just explaining your value. Do you know what I mean? Like saying that this is what I'm aiming for. This is what, what is my salary. Your salary is a salary. Your price is your price. It's just like if I'm trying to sell something, on the internet, whatever the listed price is, it's like that is the price. Isn't this really popular on TikTok? How does it go? It costs this much because it's a song. It's on TikTok. It's really famous. But my point is, you cost this much because of all the study you've put in. And one thing I'm going to tell you all, every grad in this, tuning in, listening in, are you ready for this? Get ready for this. I think you all should have a little seat, get your notepad handy. This is the moment. An Aldi store manager gets paid. Let's actually take a little guess. You know what? Christina, how much do you think an Aldi store manager gets paid?
Well, I haven't looked into it, but maybe around, I don't know, 80K, something like that.
$160,000.
Oh
so
my God,
it's like, oh, I want like just 40K salary. Don't, you could have done that. You've got a PhD. You've got a master's degree. You're a bloody AI engineer.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be really ask for the salary. I'm telling you now. That's what a lot of people make a mistake on. And if not, Aldi might be hard. And by the way, I'm just saying that that's a great job. I'm just saying that that there you've got to make sure that you really do ask for the right money
Yes.
related to your skills, because yeah, sometimes even Google can be a little bit wrong, and the Seek sites, they can be a little bit wrong. So just remember the Aldi and what they get paid as a store manager there, right? And then you've got to think, I want to be, I think I add value, and make sure you remember that when you're commanding for salary. And final question, because we're going to be out of time. I think we've got time just to ask maybe one last thing. Ooh. What advice would you give to your younger self at the start of your career? Some of you, well, I know Simi, it's actually not the start of your career because you're already in your career. So yeah, maybe starting from the top, do you want to tell us what advice would you give your younger self if you could turn back time? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I think I would just tell my younger self, like, don't listen to people who are trying to undermine you. Don't believe in yourself. Like, you can do it. No one has to tell you, oh, you aren't capable of doing that. Believe in yourself, and don't let those words get to you.
Yes.
Don't get affected by it. And yeah, don't give up and keep going.
I love it. Christina, what would be your advice to your younger self?
Well, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. So definitely I would have told myself that believe you can, and definitely continue to have your growth mindset. Because I feel like I came into this industry and not necessarily understanding that I can go all the way. And I kind of had a blurry vision as to how it would look like in a few years' time. So now I'm going to be a software developer. I'm going to spend some years doing that. And then what? I wasn't really sure. And it over time, it became clearer and clearer. But really, the fact that you can craft your own way and you can really decide on multiple ways you can grow. You can grow in depth of what you're doing. You can grow sideways and look into new different kind of venues and disciplines. You can do many things for yourself, but continue to always strive for growth. And if your organization doesn't necessarily provide it as a day-to-day thing that they kind of urge you to do or support you to do, make sure that you demand it, because it's your right to know it's part of your job to stay up to date and make sure that you're learning and growing. Because a lot of the time when you're good at your job, you get handed more and more work, but you really don't get that chance to kind of step back and actually sharpen the saw that you've been using to do all of those things. So I think it's quite important to keep that as part of the job, and don't be afraid to take the hour or so or a couple of hours a week to do it. Discuss with your manager if you could do it. In my team, I get everybody to spend that time actually learning on a frequent basis. So I think the culture around that is changing a lot. And because everything is changing around us, if we don't catch up, we will become obsolete no matter what we've learned. So we definitely need to stay on top of that. So that's what I would tell my younger self and even myself now, to continue learning, really.
Remember Martin. He, like I said, he was our 50-year-old intern, and it's just like, have that spirit, because you can restart your career. It doesn't matter what age you're at. If you just reskill and upskill, take a chance to kind of humble yourself, be like, hey, this is an area I don't know. The last thing you want to be is like, what I call a .NET developer, which I'm not saying don't be a .NET developer, but I'm saying like legacy systems, and be stuck in like legacy systems, and everyone's got the latest and greatest tech stack and you don't. You do not want to get left behind. This is not centric to just females, right? So I love that advice. Always be upskilling and ask for it if they don't have it, because maybe they want to implement it. Making those suggestions in a workplace, companies appreciate it. Victoria, what would you give yourself as some advice to your younger self if you could turn back time?
5 really quick things. First is know your worth, work hard, speak up in meetings. Don't just tell everyone how good you are. Instead, show them. And then finally, and most importantly, learn a really robust file management system.
Oh, please. I mean, listen, I struggle because imagine how many files I've got and imagine how many systems I have. And do you know how many email addresses I have to manage? It's insane. And the documents, oh, it's just unbelievable, the documents. So organization is vital, right? Being on top, just like what Cass said, ask your friends, you know, do the research at night and then come in when you roll research and be like, oh, yeah, I know. Don't just answer straight away and you don't know what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Take that moment to take a step aside behind the scenes. Kind of like Beyonce when she's going to do a performance, right? If she has an outfit error or something, she'll quickly go into the backstage and fix it up and then come back out. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think makes a successful person is we're all learning. Even executives are constantly learning. And so I guess, like, last but not least, you know, Cassandra, do you want to share with us what advice would you give your younger self? And as well, I'll ask an extra question for you to anyone who's tuning in right now that's looking to get into these, you know, pretty male-dominated industries. If they're female, what kind of advice would you give to your younger self and to those who are out there tuning in?
Just for your younger self, just be kind. Be kind to yourself. You're smart. You don't need to be perfect. We practice what we do. You work hard. You don't have to be perfect at everything you do. So forgive yourself when you don't know something. Forgive yourself when you make a mistake. Just be kind. Have a good work ethic. Work with people when you've got good people to work with. You can't trust everyone, so trust your intuition. Keep learning. Get that good filing system. I wish someone had told me that. I can find nothing now. And give yourself, when you need to, a break to have holidays. Don't ever be fearful. If you've worked really hard and you want to have a 6-week break and go somewhere or longer and you're scared that your job's not going to be there, do not worry. Live a bigger life. Make sure you do all the adventures as well. And if you're stuck, and I remember I had a great boss when I was younger, for graduates particularly, can I just share something about your CV? If you've done leadership roles at school, or you've done babysitting, or you're a sports captain, or you play music, or you do all those other things, really write that up. For someone like me, I really like to see that people have got a good outside life, or they've been a house captain or a sports captain, or they lead their football team, because you're also looking for team players as well. So you can demonstrate that in different ways. Certainly when you're trying to start in the workforce, you might have been a manager at McDonald's, or you might have been the go-to person at McDonald's that they needed to put on every shift. Or you might have been that one that you show up at every shift, that you're reliable. So show those things outside of work when you're trying to break into the workforce, and have a bit of fun. It's not that you get to the end one. Well, I'm getting closer to that end, but you know, for me with 2 daughters, I'm just saying learn skills that can take you overseas, and do things where you can earn money, and really target to earn what you can to give yourself a happy lifestyle. I can promise you. And I am getting a very nice pair of shoes this weekend, and that's all fun, but also, you know, use it for experiences, to travel and see the world and just do some really interesting things with your life, because you work pretty hard, but you need to balance it out with some life things as well, because you'll remember some of your career successes. You'll always remember good people you've worked with. Unfortunately, you remember the ones that you just didn't love quite as much. But if you do a journal at the end of the year of what you did, if you've had a big adventure somewhere, you'll always remember that too. And honestly, you'll work hard anyway, regardless of what you get. So make sure you work hard, get paid well, and put it towards some really good things in your life. It's not the couches and the throw rugs and the big house that will bring you joy. It's jumping on an aeroplane and sleeping in igloos in Finland. I can promise you that's the great stuff.
I didn't do the igloo thing when I was there.
You missed out. It was great. Yeah, but there's plenty of things. But yeah, just really be kind to yourself and understand that you don't need to be perfect.
Yeah.
And you are perfect just as you are, and take the good traits you see in leaders and dismiss the bad ones. If it doesn't suit your style, don't try not to be something that you're not. Always be authentic, particularly when you get into leadership roles, because your team will be able to tell the difference very quickly and believe and trust you. And trust your instincts every time and have fun. You're very bright. I think the future looks fabulous. I look at graduates. I think you're so much smarter. You've got just a better view of the world. You're better with people. You're more accepting. You worry about the climate. You care for people. Never take feedback, because every generation above the generation before goes, oh, they're lazy and they don't do this. You don't do it the same way because you shouldn't. And, I don't wash my clothes in a washing machine where I get a big stick and turn it around. I find anything that I can do to make things happen faster. So people always bang on about the past, that they're better. We always improve. People always improve and get nicer. You're a fabulous generation coming through. Super smart. You're going to be amazing things. So back yourself the whole way. We're very lucky to have such a great generation and such a mix of different cultures. So also look after your spiritual side as well. And everyone learns from that. So don't ever dismiss anything that's part of your life or your background. You are you, and you've come from all of that, and be proud of what you've achieved.
You know what? We're going to wrap it up exactly there. And I think that leaves us with the perfect message. Look at someone like an Elon Musk. I'm a big fan. If you're watching, Elon, hi. I absolutely would love to catch up with you. And you know what? You're the only person I think I'm actually interested to meet with, other than, like, seriously, the only person. I'm not the type of person. I don't hang pictures on walls or anything. I've never ever done that. I think that's really weird that people hang up like photos in their home. But you're a smart person, and you know what? I love the fact that whenever you do a panel discussion or a meeting, you are just yourself. You're kind of quirky, and I love that. So all of us think like Elon. Own your quirkiness. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone else. If you're a bit more softer spoken, you don't need to be like me. Because let me tell you, sometimes I wish I could be a little bit more soft, so we all want to be something different. So bring what you are and own it. So we're going to end there. This was the females panel for the IT Engineering Grad Job Expo, part of the Digital Innovation Festival. I want to thank every single speaker up on stage. Please, everyone get connected and harass them, DM them, get connected. Maybe they'll be your mentor. Who knows? We have Christina, Victoria, Simran, and Cassandra. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're going to go to a 5-minute break and be back next for the panel we're talking about the future of emerging tech. So this is going to be a really exciting one. So we're really excited. That'll start back in about 5 minutes. We got Facebook, Atlassian, Linktree, Vodafone, all here to talk about things like AI and IoT smart cities. So stay tuned, get connected, and thank you everyone. Over now to our next panel. So go grab a drink and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. Great to meet you.
Thank you all.
And welcome back. I rushed to get myself a coffee. I have a donut, and we're about to start our next panel session. So I have been looking forward to this conversation for the past week. I've got to say, I haven't been sleeping too good because I'm just too excited about all the questions that we're going to cover in this next panel. So we are in for our 2:05. Thank you to everyone who's still hung in there, asking questions in the comments. So keep them coming, because remember, we're giving away amazing prizes. So we're going to be giving away a full resume pack. We're giving away job interview coaching. We're doing applications for our 2021-2022 internship programs. And up next, we have on the panel, yes, you heard it, Atlassian, Linktree, Vodafone, and a brand that I think nobody really knows too good, but they're called, I think, Facebook. So we're pretty excited to have our panelists join in for today's session. So I'm going to welcome them to the stage, and we're just going to get straight on into it for the Emerging Tech panel. We have our panelists. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I'm so pumped. I am so pumped. So I expect comments now to just go... drop in your comments. If you've got questions, people, tag them, tag your friends. I'm super excited. So first things first, let's do intros. And I want to hear a little bit about, firstly, I guess, how you got to where you're at now. So we might start with the first on my screen at the top and work our way to the bottom. So Regan from Facebook, tell us, what is it that you do, and how did you get to do what you're doing? How did you get a job at Facebook?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. And thanks for having me. This is an awesome opportunity to see all you graduates on the call. So really stoked to be here to get out of the day-to-day and join you all today. So a little bit about me and my role. I am sort of the head of marketing for Australia and New Zealand here at Facebook. And when I say marketing for Facebook, we're very much focused around our business customers. So people often think, we're trying to get everyone in the world to use the apps more. There's definitely teams that do that, but we're primarily focused on our business customers, and they can sort of range from the Commonwealth banks of the world, so the top end and larger organizations, all the way down to a fish and chip shop in Wollongong. So basically, we're trying to provide economic opportunity for businesses of all sizes to utilize our platforms and services. I've had a bit of a unique journey. I started off way back when as a paper boy and absolutely hated that. So that was my first job. But then sort of moved quickly into retail. So I think I really sort of enjoyed interacting with customers. I really enjoyed that. Obviously, like many of you on the call, obviously studied, which was fantastic, and had a bit of work experience throughout my time at university, which really got me a foot in the door on my first role. Which was, it sounds glamorous, an experiential agency, but it was actually grocery sampling. So if you can picture those people that are in an aisle at a food, Coles or a Woolworths, handing out sort of the latest cracker, I was behind the scenes in client service doing all that sort of stuff. So
I love this.
Not so glamorous, but it definitely taught me the fundamentals of client service and project management. And from there, worked at several agencies and most recently Commonwealth Bank all the way to Facebook.
This is what they want to hear. So for everyone who's out there revving it up, doing like beep, beep, I'm telling you, you have a bright future. My first role was actually setting up children's equipment. My first role was I was a bit too young, I think. I wasn't supposed to be working at that age. But it was right in my school and I was just too eager. I wanted to get out there and work. I was like, damn these age laws, what's up with that? But that's so crazy. So you started out your career and now look at where you're at. So any student who's tuning in, and I know tons of people are going to be watching this in the future, like, please do not underestimate the job that you have, particularly like jobs like McDonald's. Brands want to see this, show your leadership skills. So there you go, from the crackers to Facebook, and that's just what a success story. Everyone's going to be now a bit like, oh, my job's not that bad. And we have Joseph from Linktree. I want to know, what was your first thing? How'd you get to do what you do? You guys are blowing up on TikTok at the moment. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, look, I mean, first off, thanks for having me here. I'm super excited to be here and to hopefully get a chance to talk with people that are far smarter than I am on this call, and I can see their faces as well. So I'm just kind of here for comedy value and good chat. But So yeah, look, my name is Joseph. I'm the head of IT at Linktree. And I guess my first job, actually, I'm the most non-traditional kind of tech person that I think I know, but it's a pretty common thread throughout. So my first job was working in fast food when I was a teenager. And then I did that traditional kind of journey. I worked for a fried chicken joint back in the US. And then I worked my way into being a barista, then a bartender, and then I went to uni. I dropped out of uni for a couple of years, actually, and then I worked in retail for a while and kind of around and up there. Went back to school and kind of fell into a couple different things. And so my journey has been everything from a fried chicken shack through to Apple, Dropbox, a company called Deputy, and now Linktree. So, I'm probably a quintessential example of how to accidentally find yourself in tech, but also the fact that all those skills all have kind of service industry in the background behind all of them. At the end of the day, what I and my team do is effectively the highest level, top tier service, right? Like we're a service provider for our internal customers and for our external customers. And then for those that don't know us as well, Linktree is we started out as a link in bio type company, but our mission, our purpose is to help you kind of create your identity on the web, no matter where that might be it TikTok, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, be it Twitter. Anywhere else that you are, we're keen to help you kind of bring people to where you're at and show them what you're doing. And if you're in a creator economy kind of type role, right, like help you monetize that, help you make money off of your passions. And again, thanks to you for having me here as well.
Oh my gosh. So for anyone, I know we're gonna have so many baristas in the audience now just being like, oh, I'm in the right place,
I mean, there's strong opinions about fried chicken at this point still. That doesn't leave, you know what I mean? Like,
exactly. You know what's funny? I remember one time I was hiring for a CEO role and I saw someone who had was just working at KFC. That's it. And I was just like, you have courage. And I was just so pumped for this person because that's so something I would do. And, everyone who's listening, you got to do what you got to do. I was once a bartender too. At one point or another. I was quite good at it, to be honest. I think, I was like, yeah, I can make all these different drinks. And so, we all have to start somewhere. All the executives at all these major companies, students and grads who are listening, they all once had a job doing similar things to what you're doing. So don't give up hope. I know it's really tough. And as well, just like Joseph said, you can use your skills in different ways. Remember, we have the contractor, gig economy style stuff. We're going to discuss that. Up next, we have an incredible speaker, Yago from Vodafone, TPG, and I just have been so looking forward to having you join in. So tell us, how'd you get to be where you're at? I'm a huge Vodafone fan. I use Vodafone. I was about to do a post last week saying, literally, out of all your telco providers, who's your top? And students, drop it in the comments who you like, who you don't like. But Vodafone, go ahead. Let's go, Yago. Tell us a bit about how you got to be where you're at. What was your first gig?
Thank you very much, Jessica. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy to be here and be able to talk to you grads, because the main reason I'm here is because I was on a graduate program. I'm now the general manager of wireless and transmission network for Vodafone Australia, which now is TPG Telecom. So basically, I'm responsible of the 4G and 5G networks, the rollout and look, 15 years ago, I went to through a graduate process in Vodafone Spain. I didn't know much about mobile phones at the time. I'm telling you, I did nuclear physics in school, so didn't know telecommunications. And don't put a nuclear plant on my hands right now; I would be like Homer Simpson. So it was just going through the process on the grad. I did a couple of interviews for different areas, and I remember the vibe in Vodafone Spain was good at the time. Probably talking about 2016, 17. So it's a lot of time. But yeah, it's exactly the process that you are in, guys, right now. Trying to get your feet on the industry. I didn't know. I thought that the phones were working through satellite at that time. Thank God I know a little bit more now. Otherwise, it will be a problem. But you learn through the job, and I think that was the key learning for me. When you get out of uni and you come from an engineering background or a science background, you kind of think, look, I don't really know much about almost any subject. If you work in energy or you work in software, it's not in the university, normally you have that experience up front, or you work in telecommunications, because the industry goes a little bit ahead of the academy. Like if you think about people that we have here with Facebook, Alessian, Linktree, they are the ones that do the technology, and then you need the technology that gets developed, and then it gets taught in university. So I think for me, something that I would encourage all of you is just go for what you like. If you think that now when you're looking to get a job, and even if you don't have the experience, nobody expects you to have the experience today, then everybody starts somewhere. But just do something that you are passionate about and you think that you're gonna enjoy, because it's the careers are long, and you better do something that you enjoy.
Yeah, and keeping that in mind, everyone, like just exactly like what these speakers are saying, which I tell grads all the time, you don't know where you'll end up. And so connect in with friends, because right now, each of you might be working, doing, fried chicken jobs, but in the future, you never know where you'll end up. And make sure you study additional fields. So even I myself, I did like law, contract law. I didn't even do computer science. Yeah, okay, I'm still learning. And of course, my role is not hardcore as an engineer, but I work with an engineering team all day, every day, despite the fact that I'm also in HR, because we do build that machine learning AI software as well. So it's all relevant to jobs. Everything we do is relevant to jobs. But my point is that when it comes to what you're studying, students, keep an open mind, because you may be in a slightly different field once you actually get into the workforce. And I'm super excited to hear a little bit about what the future of like 5G looks like, IoT, smart cities. We're going to talk all about it, autonomous vehicles, robotics too. So up next, we have Niall. I think everyone as well is going to know exactly where, who Atlassian is, where they're from. So massively known in the tech community. So real pleasure to have each of you be here on this panel. But share with us, what was your first job and how'd you get into working at Atlassian? Crazy.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm privileged to be here. It's a mere 21 years ago. I was going on the same journey myself, trying to figure out what to do with myself after wasting 4 years of college. But my first ever job was in a sheet metal factory, putting acid paint on weld marks. And the one thing that job taught me was that I didn't want to work in a sheet metal factory doing that for a career. So I was always a bit of a geek, and I got into computer science. I did computer science in university, and I followed what you'd probably call a fairly traditional tech career journey. But I worked in a lot of companies that used technology, and technology kind of almost got in the way of them achieving their business goals. Technology was a cost center. It was one of those things that had to be managed in the box in the corner while we got on with work in the business. And then I moved to Atlassian about 8 years ago, and that was a game changer, because that was an organization where tech itself was the enabler of value. Tech was the thing that would allow us to solve customer problems most effectively. I use my network to get a role in Atlassian. About 8 years ago, I worked in Macquarie Bank and worked in a bunch of other places. And we had this slow incremental movement of people from Macquarie Bank into Atlassian, and they said you should reach over. And I had that imposter syndrome, right? How am I going to go to Atlassian? This is where all the smart people work. But here I am 8 years later, still getting away with it.
Well, you must be very smart.
Journey.
Look, I mean, I don't think they hire silly people there. So unless they need to check in on their HR processes, I bet you are. And it is really, really fascinating to hear that, like I said, sometimes you can start your career and it seems like things aren't going the way you want, but it can really pick up super fast. And I just can't believe, like what you said, I feel like I need to get a ID check on you for giving us some numbers that don't match up, unless you've got a very good skincare specialist, Botox person, which I would like the details of, please. Thank you, Niall. So I guess in terms of getting that job, landing the job, this is what all the students are tuning in to hear about. How can a grad or a student increase that chance? What's something they can practically do today that will help land a job world, right? If they were to get an interview out of Facebook, Linktree, Vodafone, or Atlassian, like what tip or trick could you give? And we'll just go in the same order, but Regan, tell us, what's a tip?
Absolutely. I think one thing that really helped me, and it could be an opportunity for everyone on the call, but really seek out work experience. And it might sound daunting, but if you can offer your time up, even if it's for a day, to work for free, most companies would be interested in you coming on board. And I did a day or two for free at a PR agency when I was studying, and that really gave me great experience. And I feel it went a long way for getting a particular interview with a role, and you can actually demonstrate experience working for a company before actually getting a job. So I think that's pretty crucial. And I think a few of the other lads have said it on the call as well. Networking is really crucial as well. So if you've got an opportunity to have a coffee with someone in a business, always say yes. Don't feel afraid to reach out to people as well in terms of LinkedIn or anything like that. So I think being really proactive will go a long way.
How many messages do you get on a regular on like LinkedIn? Do you get a lot of people being like, hey, can I have a coffee? Can I catch up with you? Can I have a job?
Well, I get quite a few great ones. I mean, you reached out to me via LinkedIn, so there's definitely some good ones in there. But
I believe in the power of like LinkedIn is literally the best thing ever. But
Absolutely.
I imagine someone like you would have like, my DMs are full, and like I couldn't even imagine how full yours would get, like for real, probably on a daily. So yeah, like what's something that they can actually like do or say that, because that could be hard for a young person to reach out to someone like yourselves, each of you. Like, how can they do this, but in a way that makes sense? What's like an example of what not to say in one of these messages? Is there anything you'd recommend to avoid when trying to do those coffee catch-ups with a brand like yourself?
I think that what goes a long way is a little bit of research in terms of what the mission is of either the company or what the team's designed to do. I think, when I'm interviewing someone and they can effectively, demonstrate to me that they understand the mission of Facebook and why they're so eager to play a part of it. A common question that I ask them either in an interview or coffee catch-ups is, why would you want to work at Facebook? And, quite easily someone would say, oh, there's free food, or the culture sounds amazing. But if you're really bought into or understand what the mission is, and probably do a little bit of background in terms of, the specific function or role and previous work that's been done in that role, that goes a long way, because you as an interviewer want to have someone who either is capable of the job or has an understanding of what they do. Because I mean, as a hirer, you want to give someone a role that you're confident is going to do well in that role. And I think if you can express that goes a long way.
Yeah, the communication skills. I love it. And Joseph, in terms of, I guess, a tip or something practical that someone can do or not do in an interview, or with reaching out on, a place like Facebook or LinkedIn, what tips would you give someone, do you think, that's listening today?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, and I think there's a million answers, and we're all going to probably give a million different ones. I think what Regan just said was absolutely spot on. I think for me, my perspective is coming from a very non-traditional, non-linear approach, right? My degree is nothing related to what I do. How I got here, how I came to Australia was very different, right? It doesn't seem like it, but I have a bit of that kind of immigrant story perspective as well, right? So, I mean, the doors are open for everyone. The biggest thing for me, I think, then one thing that I see a lot of kind of people miss is that early on in your career, don't underestimate the value of working for companies that don't have a brand or a logo like the ones that you see on this call. My start in my career was all for just shoveling and hard yards and laboring for companies that no one knew about, like a local law firm or a small business, right? That's where you actually learn how to do these things. And there are hundreds of thousands of millions of companies out there that would be absolutely keen and excited to have the kind of energy of a fresh graduate to teach them how to develop and how to become an engineer, right? We all got our start somewhere, right? And it is very rarely that you walk in the front door at Apple and get a job and off to the races you go. It's you learn how to become an engineer, you learn how to build a team, you learn how to be part of a team working for a small mom and pop shop or a small business in your local community. And that also leads into how you network, how you build those connections, and it all kind of rolls into the other one, right? So the biggest thing that I would say is don't get discouraged if you don't immediately get in the door at a Facebook or an Apple or a Linktree, right? Like we all start somewhere, but the kind of skills and things you can build are what actually builds the foundation for you to be a great and competitive and compelling candidate at these companies later on in your career as well. So just because you can't get in today doesn't mean that there's not an open door for you tomorrow. It just might not be the straight shot that people think it is. And I think that's the most important thing, that not only will you be able to get a lot different perspectives, you might even get better one-on-one like kind of coaching and development from someone in a smaller team, right? Like these companies, you know, my own included here, are hyper competitive. We're running at 1,000,000 miles a minute, right? And like there's a high expectation that you know what you're doing, you have everything sorted, right? And like, and if you didn't know that coming in there, it's a really hard kind of thing to try to learn and run and walk and crawl all at the same time. And so I would say my biggest tip is, you know, don't get discouraged if you just can't get that one and done shot. Be willing to kind of think about, how can I go up the mountain? It's never necessarily straight up the mountain. It's usually a twisting and kind of winding road all the way to the very top.
Yeah, I love that you've actually brought this up, because a lot of students, it can be very attractive, right? The brands, and to work with the big brands is amazing and what an achievement. But another thing is, when you start out your career, you get to wear multiple hats if you are in a smaller organization or in a startup. You might, exactly like what you've said, learn more. You never know, that startup might be the next big thing as well. But they have a bit more time sometimes as well to actually like show you or guide you through. So once again, for all those grads and students that are tuning in, maybe have a little look at some smaller size organization or specialist ones in like biotech, or like we were discussing, like autonomous vehicles, a brand like H2X, you know, who maybe not everyone knows but are doing amazing things. So and a company that aligns with your values, because just like Regan said, if you've done the research, and you know the values, but if it doesn't align with actually what you believe in, then you're doing yourself a disservice by trying to pretend that that fits in with what you actually want. Don't just go for the job just for the brand. Yeah, so I think that's a really, really cool little point that you have there, Joseph. What about you, Yago? What's some tip or advice you'd give to a young person, how to get their foot in the door, do or a don't?
I think what you need to do is to be yourself, you know, and it goes back to the values. It goes back to everything that you have done till that day, you know, matters for what you're gonna do moving forward, you know. And I think that sometimes we think that smaller jobs don't count, and you know, like the smaller jobs are the ones that make a difference. You know, like I was working in the reception of a hotel before I started to work in Vodafone 15 years ago, and in the reception I managed to be able to speak in 3-4 different languages at the same time. You know, it was in a summer holiday place that, you know, it gets packed all the time. You need to be communicating yourself very clearly but very sharply, in the sense of you cannot spend all day with one customer, but everybody needs to get what they want. And that's something that I took with me all my life. And obviously the key thing is nobody would expect you to know anything that you as a grad, you finish uni and you have your degree in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, or software engineering, and now suddenly you're going to be doing the website of Linktree, you know, like the homepage. That's not gonna happen. And nobody think that you're gonna have that skill. So don't get that hooked up on that piece, because that's a journey that, and at the end of the day, lots of people working on that specific piece of work. But I think at the end, when you think about getting hired, it's about the person that you have in front of you. You know, like at the end of the day, some of my best friends, the best man in my wedding was one of my colleagues. You know, like you spend so much time with people that you work, that the personal interaction is so important, and that goes back to the point made before in terms of the networking. You know, like it's about how you set up your personally, and you know, I think the point of things are not built on a day. You know, like and brands are not all the jobs in the same brand are the same. You know, like if you have big brands like you know, like the ones we have in this call, and there are jobs that could be perfect for you, but in the same company there are jobs that are definitely not for you. So it's just to think about where you think you can be your best self, where you can, where you see yourself working those 12 hours a day happy, you know, like to learn, because at the end of the day, once you're happy, you never stop. I never stop working, you know. I'm but it's not work that I'm thinking I'm working. I'm thinking about how the 5G solution is going to work, and it becomes a little bit my hobby and my work at the same time. Once you get there, you can really, you don't see it as work, and then suddenly you are on that sweet spot where nobody likes to wake up in the morning and you know, like go through the day at work. It is not like a holiday, but yeah, like it becomes part of your life. So just summarizing for me, be yourself. Anything that you have done in the past is bringing you where you are today and where you are going to go. So never walk away from your past, and never be shy to say that you had a different kind of job, because that's what makes you special, and you have learned how to work, which is the most important. You know, like when, doesn't matter what you're going to learn, whatever you do at work, you're going to learn it on the job. So nobody's buying hiring you for what you know when you're a grad. Is for what you could become, and what you could become depends a lot on what your experiences are. So I would say that stick to your guns, and be yourself in the interviews, and show things and your interest outside, and your experiences outside the uni degrees, because I don't know, like I never ask anybody what were the grades in uni.
I know. I feel like, just like what you said before, someone said, oh, 4 years like wasted on a degree, or something said that. Like, study is important in a lot of ways. I think it's important, but it's not everything. And you're spot on that it does come down to the team too, because you can go for the hottest brand, but if it's not the right culture for you, guess what? All it will do is stifle your growth. You need to be around similar, like-minded people who you enjoy, someone who you might one day have as your best man at your wedding, because that's where you can grow. They're going to want to promote you, take you to the top. Whereas you can be working for the hottest brand ever, but if every day you're not happy or miserable, or you're contributing to causes that you're not interested in, what kind of life is that? And honestly, sometimes it can change as well over time. And it all depends on that team. I'm telling you, team spirit and having the right people around you is what's going to make your job so enjoyable. Not just the projects, but the people who are working with you on the projects. I really do believe that. So for those who are here, do your research before you join a place, not just to land the job, because you shouldn't just be doing your research to land the job to say what they want to hear. You should be doing your research because it's your choice on where you go in your career. And you might be there for the next 4 or 5 years of your life. It could change the whole trajectory of your future. So be really up to speed with it. And after this, we'll get into some futuristic tech that you should all look into. But Niall, what are some tips of do or don't that you would recommend to anyone who's tuning in? What would you recommend?
I thought it was obviously, like, I can speak from an engineering perspective. If you want to get a job as an engineer, having some of the core tech skills are important. It's really important to know how to build things and compose things. But one of the most important things, I think, is not to underestimate the non-tech skills. Everyone listening to this has gone through university, has worked in team projects, has had to collaborate with people, has had to, facilitate decision making or be involved in decision making. And I think what's really important is to consider that there's actually a lot of real world experiences in those things that are not tech related. And that's a lot of what modern employers are really looking for. Can you bring learning agility? Can you bring collaboration? Can you add something to a team, as well as bringing those tech skills? So when we hire graduates or engineers generally, we're looking for a balance of those two things. Have you got the skills to get the job done? And do you bring that mindset and that attitude? Are you able to introspect on how you do things? I think that's something that we see now more than we have ever done before, and that emotional maturity that we get from people who are joining the workforce. And I think that my advice for people would be actually look back at what you've done, and if you can't exactly marry up your real world skills and the real world experience to the new job, then there's a lot of like personal and behavioral experiences that you should have that are really interesting for an interview or really interesting for a coffee chat. Hey, here's the time that I led this team on this journey to build this thing, right? And that's a really exciting and interesting story to tell. And that's my advice for people in starting in the industry is try to bring those, not over focus on the technical skills or the real world application of those skills, but focus on how you influence things and the behaviors and the collaboration aspects that you bring. That's my advice.
There's been so many engineers that we've put through like for interviews and stuff, and they've got the perfect technical skills, but they just might not have those soft skills. So for those who are tuning in, do not neglect it. You know, it's so important. If you rub people up a little bit the wrong way, you can be the smartest, you know, machine learning, AI, robotics engineer on the block. People aren't going to hire you because you might not fit in nicely. And so you don't want to be what you're not, but it's also, you've got to do a bit of self-reflection and go, well, okay, where are my strengths and where are my weaknesses? What do I lack, kind of thing. I believe there are like 5 key pillars for getting the job. Firstly, resume. Secondly, somewhat of experience. Thirdly, the actual skills to do the job. Fourthly, education of some form, shape or form. And then fifth, your mannerisms, your professionalism, sort of how you talk, your we call it presentation skills. So now that we've got some of the hottest companies, you know, on the block here, let's ask, what do you think are the up and coming kind of jobs and skills that you think are of the future? And I know, and you don't have to answer the question about whether or not you think AI would take over jobs or anything, but like if you want to touch on it, touch on it. We're going to see a huge amount of automation, autonomous stores, autonomous restaurants. You know, maybe in the future baristas won't be a thing. I don't know. What do you guys think are the future tech skills that people should look to get now? What do you think? When starting with you, Regan?
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. I'm sure the other members of the panel will probably be better equipped to answer this. I come from a marketing background, but I think just, you know, on behalf of Facebook, you know, there's some upcoming announcements which is sort of really exciting in terms of where the company's heading over the sort of the next 10 to 15 years. So if you're interested in finding out more about sort of what that looks like, I encourage you to add Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook. You know, he's on the platform and he you know, provides plenty of updates in terms of where the company's heading. So if you're interested in that space, definitely do that. And there's a lot of press about where it's heading. I think just from a marketing point of view, to bring it back to sort of my disciplines, I think it's if you can get tuned up on any sort of fundamentals around digital marketing as a whole, and I think there's plenty of free resources available, not only from a Facebook point of view, but for other companies like ourselves, and just free general courses to get skilled up on in that regard. That's going to go you a long way to getting roles at a company like ours or any other roles. So I think with evolving technologies, there are more opportunities rather than sort of replacing roles. But yeah, it's all dependent on sort of how you want to get into it.
I would love to get Zux on a call. Maybe I'll have to check. Yeah, I'll send him a DM and we'll hit him up. Because, you know, Zux is a bit of a champion, and I can pretty much make a guess, and you don't have to answer me, but I think it could have something to do with wearables, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, say that. I just missed that last bit. Sorry there.
With wearables.
Yeah, so there's a few announcements coming up. I won't do it justice, but yeah, look out in the next sort of few days on a few announcements coming our way.
I'm so excited, man. I think that, yeah, with some of the stuff you guys are doing in that kind of like wearables, the glasses, this kind of thing, I think it's going to change a lot because, yeah, integrated reality, and you're in marketing, right? Virtual reality, these virtual worlds, everyone's lost in a computer. You know, people are buying like online houses and you know, you have a whole separate life on the internet. We got like NFTs, it's like going crazy. We got BCIs, people are getting chips in their heads, and we got Neuralink popping up. It's all going bananas. But yeah, I really am excited to see what Zux can come up with around the corner. So we'll have him on the next event. I'll send him a calendar invite. Joseph. Joseph, what do you think is hot and upcoming? Is it AI? What do you reckon?
Yeah, look, I mean, a lot of what I do and what my team does is automation. We spend a lot of time trying to remove the work about work that our employees and our teams do, right? And so for me, I think AI and machine learning and all these really great buzzwords get a bit of a kind of bad rap. Because people are like, oh gosh, AI is going to take my job, or it's going to like automate me out of a job. And that's probably true. But at the end of the day, there's a great quote around like, one of the best engineers is a lazy engineer, because they spend all this time trying to automate certain tasks and busy work that they do every single day. They try to automate that away. Make computers do the hard work so that you are freed up to do more meaningful, more valuable work that adds and contributes to like a company, to your career, to yourself. And so for me, like Linktree is all about who you are on the internet, right? Like how, you can create your identity and connect all those bits and bobs and other bits of your identity all over the web. And so for me, even when it comes to jobs, right, I always say pick people over companies. Like you're going to spend 40 hours a week with your manager, with your team, right? And it doesn't matter the logo on the door. To your earlier point, if you hate that, then you're going to hate your job and you're going to hate everything else, right? And who you work with, who you choose to work with, is one of the most important decisions that you'll ever make. And it's a decision that you'll make several times over in your life. And so for me, things like AI and machine learning, those are all complementary to who you are as a person, right? So they may make certain parts of your job maybe go away, or maybe that's no longer a job anymore. But the thing you should be asking yourself is largely, am I taking a job that computers are going to take from me? And if so, maybe that's not the best place to contribute or provide value, both in your career or for your company. And so maybe you should stay away from those types of jobs, because at the end of the day, they're not long for this world, right? You have a lot more things to contribute as a person. And you might even spend a lot of time shaping what these, machine learning patterns and AI algorithms look like, right? We need so many more diverse minds and people of color and different backgrounds and diversity to help shape AI, right? We need to remove the bias out of machine learning. All of these are huge emerging technologies that we haven't figured out yet. And so I figure a lot of the people that are on this call today are going to have a huge role in shaping the future of that and bringing those kinds of tools and that kind of access to people that don't have the same kind of voice, the same kind of platform, or how can we bring equity into these things? And so as far as I'm concerned, all of those things are made by people. And so the short version of that is, no, I'm not concerned, but I also think that we're going to have a lot of opportunity to make those into meaningful, incredible experiences. And those are all going to be created by people, and many of the people that are on this call, right? I reckon everyone in the chat is probably way smarter than I am. I'm just lucky enough to be here talking my head off today. So that's my kind of stuff.
It's so true. Like at the end of the day, you don't want to be taking a job that soon will be redundant. So be smart, try and think ahead, and also be in the tech industry. For those who had sort of just maybe came across this event, could be now, could be in the future. I don't know. Maybe you're on another planet and you're watching this video. Who knows? But please keep in mind that technology is really where the future is at. And in terms of like biases, the more people have a big hard time about things like data, but if we don't have the right training data for these machine learning and algorithms, and if our engineers aren't from diverse backgrounds, we will have more bias sort of issues. But the good thing is that it can be resolved with the right kind of training data, and if it's programmed correctly, so that these, whether it's if it's some sort of reinforcement learning thing, that it's actually steering itself in the right direction and not putting itself like too much into a box. And that's where it's like transparency is really important. We don't want to have too much things that are black box. So understanding what these AI systems do and how they work is really important. So I 100% agree.
AI is today, right? Like, think about what's tomorrow, like what's after that? What's after that, right? Like, AI is the kind of hot buzzword and the big concern today, right? But the more interconnected we all are, the more data and privacy and rights and civil liberties, all these things all are going to come smashing together, right? And we're all figuring this out at the same time. So you're going to change your job 5, 6, 7 times throughout your lifetime, right? So don't just anchor into one thing, right? Like try things on for size. AI is today, right? But think about what's tomorrow and where you see yourself fitting in and contributing, and maybe even leading that kind of new emerging technology.
Yeah, entrepreneurship. That's a good one. How about you, Yago? What do you think is, I mean, you're in the 5G space, you know how important like wearables, it's actually really interesting. All of you guys, the type of field that
it's
you're
all
in is all
connected, yeah.
It's all connected. And, you know, 5G connects it all together, and we're going to see smart cities and AI and blockchain that requires so much energy. It's unfortunate that it requires so much energy. It's not a very sustainable thing for the environment, but hopefully we fix that. But Yago, what do you think is the hot next thing? And, you know, you're in the 5G space, so that's super cool. I heard apparently rumors of 10G in China. What's your thoughts on these kinds of things?
I'm telling you, the rumor is that after 5G is going to come 6G.
They'll probably
Sorry for that joke. It's
do you know what I mean? They do that all the time. They swap it up on us. Suddenly it's XG, you know, or some other thing. But what do you think is a skill that someone should start to study now? Like, what is after AI? Do you all think?
I think, I mean, and I think Joseph touched a little bit on that one. It's a fact of being able to understand a little bit of broader technology, because things get very connected, so, and that's what 5G and 4G are doing for you. But basically, what we are doing with the digital economy is that every process would be real time, and that's what the network infrastructure enables us. So if we think about what 4G did, you put basically in a device that is connected 24/7 everywhere you are, a device that is a standard. So then applications that you develop once can be used everywhere in the world because it comes from the same either the Apple Store or the Play Store. So then companies like Facebook, for example, they get an app, they get the reach, and the ecosystem, the operators provide the connectivity, Facebook provides the content. You know, and it really was the revolution of an Apple produced a device, and there is an ecosystem there that was created 10 years ago with the social media, iPhone, and 4G coming at the same time.
I know,
Which,
so
you know, that ecosystem got the digitalization of the consumer focused economy. So what I could see happening is that with 5G, it's going to move more into the enterprise. So, you know, government and enterprise applications. You know, when you think about the digitalization, and Regan touched on that before, is we are already there on the, you know, like the digital marketing. Everything that a consumer could do today, it's already digital, and COVID has shown us, accelerated and shown us that you could do it. So I think what is going to happen is that with 5G, and just not 5G, it's 5G plus all the other technologies that other industries are working on, it's going to go, you know, it gets together, you know, and when you are talking about telecom solution for airports, you know, you start to think about, you need to have your connectivity piece that would happen with 5G. You would need to have your software, your AI, whatever. It's just an end-to-end solution. So if you can get a little bit of knowledge on how the connectivity or networking piece work, how the machine learning piece work, how digital marketing works, you can really be part of putting all those pieces together, because that's where the industry is coming. It's like a Facebook would become more networking related, or AWS, you know, you start to see how they are becoming a telco somehow. And you know, like the barriers between, this is the telecommunic, you know, the Vodafone's, Telstra's of the world, this is the Amazons of the world, this is the social media platforms of the world. You start to see that it is getting completely merged, and we are all into a continuous ecosystem. So I think you always have two options in careers. Either you became a T, which is very good on what you do, and just pick something that is relevant, and something that you don't think that you are going to be part of the jobs that are going to get done by an automatic process, that you are the one that makes that process. You know, you became the lazy engineer that Joseph mentioned, or you can become a you know, like a bar that basically on that one, what you say is, I know a little bit of the key building blocks that are part of the end-to-end solution. And you know, I think you would get lots of jobs of in the future about people with technical and social skills that can put an overall solution together and put it into the market. You know, like getting together the people in this call and get a solution that works and the customers are willing to pay for. Whoever can get that across, it's something that I think it's going to be lots of opportunities in the near future on that.
Yeah. I think you're spot on. RPA sort of developers and engineers, we're getting a lot more requirements for that, robotic process automation people. I think that there's a few hot areas. If you each would agree, I don't know. Robotics, obviously, both on the hardware, firmware, sort of software side of things, even mechanical. IoT, so this could be civil engineers that understand electrical, that understand software, that understand firmware, sort of smart sensors, all of these kinds of things. That then connects into 5G networks, and that kind of thing, and maybe obviously cloud falls into, I think, that category. And of course, software, the actual development of the software products, and straight into the devices, the hardware, whether it's wearables, whatever it might be. All of these things are going to be connected. We're going to see a huge uprise in virtual reality now that 5G becomes, we're going to have less latency. So those headsets are going to cause us less problems. A lot of you have been from home, maybe wearing some of the headsets. Some of the Oculus is really much more lightweight, much more usable over longer periods of time. So we will be immersed. We will have things like BCIs. So chips that will connect into our bodies and understand what is our health status looking like to help improve our lives using AI. So think about all these different fields, students. I know they sound kind of wacky, but they are really right here. Autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars, drones, interplanetary travel is becoming more of a thing. I'm sure you've seen it on the news. So study some of these topics, learn a little bit about something like quantum physics, for example, so that you understand life and kind of how we're all interconnected anyway. But Niall, what do you think is a hot skill or even a job that doesn't exist now that you think could be existing pretty soon, or that you've seen popping up, becoming more popular?
I think we've touched on two of the really big trends in technology. I think blockchain and consensus algorithms. I think we're starting to see some real world application of those things around power generation, distribution, microfinance, those types of things. That's really exciting, interesting. It's a completely new field. And then obviously machine learning and AI. Again, it is far more prevalent than people think it is, and it's in the technology you use every day. But I think the area that spans all these things, that keeps me up at night, literally, is cybersecurity. As technology becomes more embedded in our day-to-day lives, we just intrinsically trust the little phone in our pockets or our little key fob on our laptop, that they're keeping our data safe, they're keeping our bank records safe. But the more sophisticated technology becomes and the more intrinsic it becomes in our life, the more easy it is to be seen as a vector for attack. And cybersecurity is getting more important from an investment perspective in technology firms, or actually every firm. But it's also becoming increasingly sophisticated. So we're seeing people use those technologies that are advancing against us, right, to attack us. Yeah. We had a really interesting example with SolarWinds a couple of years, actually last year, where they didn't attack SolarWinds, but what they did is they attacked the supply chain of SolarWinds. So SolarWinds were essentially redistributing malware. So I think cybersecurity as a field is enormous and is going to continue to grow. But it's also going to continue to get more and more sophisticated. And there's this constant battle between cybersecurity and gaps undermining the trust we have in technology. And then, technology comes to companies trying to build up the trust that we have. I think that's a really interesting dynamic that's going to play out in the next few years. And I think things like blockchain, I think things like machine learning have a role to play in cybersecurity. So I think that's the one area that I think is just going to absolutely explode over the next 2 to 3 years. And I expect there'll be plenty of jobs in it.
Oh, massively. I mean, I'm kind of concerned that we'll get to a point where AI, machine learning with like quantum computing, we might be able to, they're saying, encryption could be understood and the basically be exposed, and no longer that can't be a solution for us. You have IoT, like what we talked about, maybe a huge warehouse, because you mentioned, I can't remember who mentioned that, like nobody touches it. I think was it Linktree or Facebook, I can't remember, but you said that there's no hands-on, so there's nobody there doing a lot of the processes for certain things, right? So you might have a huge warehouse and nobody's there. They call them dark factories in China, for those who don't know. I'm sure they're all around the world. China's a leading player in a lot of modern tech. But what we are seeing is, like, what if an attack happens there? And we spoke about the plumbing. What if the water is contaminated and the sensors tell you it's not, but it is? What if you're in a drone in your little jetpack thing and someone hacks you and you don't have control of where you're going, or you're in an autonomous vehicle? Or what if you do have a BCI and you're using it to help cure your depression by interconnecting with some neurons in your brain, and then suddenly you're in an angry mood and you want to kill people because it's hacked you? For example, we're going to see a lot more of these things. So you're definitely on the money when it comes to cybersecurity. I think you're spot on, because as much as we work to protect things, you do have those that are the players that are against you, and they work just the way that a penetration tester would work. Their job is to try and hack systems and do the wrong thing, and you can see in their day schedule. So the hacks are attacking all day, but you can sort of tell where they come from by the lunch breaks, because they're doing it as a full-time job. And so to close us off for this panel, because we are out of time, it's been absolutely crazy talking about some of these topics, and I literally could sit here for about 8 hours. I could probably sit here for a long time talking to you all about these topics. I really could, but maybe we'll schedule another session. Probably finally, if you could turn back time, give yourself a little piece of advice, or to just someone new in the industry, but if you could tell yourself some advice now, today, your younger self, what would that be, Regan, do you think?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think I got told this quite a lot early on. Sorry, am I echoing? Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. I think it's just patience. I think it was touched on earlier on in the questions around sort of the themes on what you give advice, but patience, that things will take time, and really embrace the no's. I think probably everyone on this call today has had a lot of declines with roles that you wanted. And really take those as learning opportunities to figure out, how can I grow from this experience, and don't get too disheartened, because it's not always going to be 100% success rate. So really embrace those no's, and look forward for your next roles. And I think always have a perspective as well. So when you land a role or you're interviewing, make sure you have your own POV on things, because that's what people are looking for, right? For candidates to have a say.
I love it. Definitely take his advice and listen in, because these are people who know what they're talking about. So, Joseph, what would you give yourself as a little tip? Someone who started in a fried chicken shop. I'm never going to forget that.
I think the biggest tip for me that I would tell younger me is that everything that you do matters. Everything that you do matters, and it will all contribute into the next step. And what you do today, the skills that I was getting then doing this, that, and a third, I will use them later, even if I don't know it yet. So everything that I do matters, but more importantly, to stay humble and just be willing to learn and willing to listen. I still get auto-rejected when I apply for jobs today. So it's not just anyone else on this call. Like, I still get the auto-decline, even at companies that I'm beyond qualified for something. So that doesn't ever go away. It's nice and humbling. But to stay humble and to just remember that everything that I'm doing will all make sense in the long run, and it will all be something that matters for the next thing, just like compounded interest, right? It doesn't have to make sense today, but it will come in handy later.
Every no is leading you closer to a yes, and I love that, because you're right. That job interview process, you're going to get no's, of course, but then you will also have that chance of getting a yes. Might get multiple yeses.
Fried chicken at home, so don't think that goes away. I'm serious. Everything matters.
I need to visit and drop by, because now you're making me literally hungry. What about you, Yago? What would be a tip you would give to younger Yago?
Yeah, spend some time thinking what you like and what you are naturally good at. There are lots of things that you could learn, but something that you really are passionate and you are talented for, it's gonna go a long way. So like happiness is the most important thing. When you look at a job, it's not the job title, it's not about the money, it's not about the location. It's really about, are you going to be happy there or not? And if you spend some time thinking about what is visualizing, what you never know what job is going to be the one that you land, but you can start to visualize paths that you could take that would make you happy. Spend some time at the beginning, because it's very interesting. When you know what you want or what would be good for you, it's very easy to take it when it passes in front of you. So that's something I would spend some time now, rather than try to do every LinkedIn course to put my medal achievement, because that's good, but the important thing is that you end up on the industry that you want and doing what is good for you. And I gotta jump. I'm sorry, Jessica. I really gotta jump on another thing. Thank you very much, guys. Catch you later, and good luck to everybody. Very nice to meet you guys.
So, Yago, it's been a pleasure. Everyone, connect in with Yago on LinkedIn.
I will love
DMs.
it. Thank you,
so
guys.
much.
Ciao.
We are going to wrap up. So, Niall, just finally, what would you give as a tip to your younger self? What would you say to you starting out in your career? What kind of advice would you have?
I'm just going to basically agree with Regan. His advice is bang on. Failing is learning, right? A career is a roller coaster. Sometimes you go up, sometimes you go down. So being, introspective and being cognizant of, what you're learning, what you're achieving in this scenario, I think that's really important. Because as Joseph says, everything matters, right? Everything builds experience, builds battle scars, and that helps you grow.
So on that note, everyone, you heard it here. Make sure that you never give up. You're going to get tons of no's in interviews. Who knows where you'll end up after being at a chicken shop? And I think that, we're going to all have brain chips, in our heads. No, we are absolutely so honored to have you each as speakers. And I really encourage all the students to get connected, try and see if you can do a coffee catch up, drop in your resume, check out the programs that each of those who are on our panel today have available. Download the little free digital gift bag that we have, get your career planner, write down some of your goals, write down where you want to be and have a plan, and be open to that plan changing. So thank you all. We're going to go to an intermission and we'll be back in 5 minutes time for our next panel. And you can get connected with all of our see on the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Thank you, guys.
it's the final panel. Let me tell you, I have been going hard for a few hours, and I really want to see everyone dropping in the comments, those who have been here the whole time. I know we've had so many people tuned in across our website that we can't see, that aren't able to comment. So put in your questions if you like on our social channels. So please don't forget, we're on Instagram. You can get us on LinkedIn. So you should have been able to see there what our hashtags and what our ats are, so you can get connected. So we are here for the final panel of the day for the Grad Job Expo 2021. Thank you to everyone who's been involved so far. We've had some incredible panelists. We've heard from people all in emerging tech, those who are in technology but didn't specifically study it, those who are saying that they started their career in chicken shops and are now working at some of the hottest tech companies. So I just really want to say to all of you young people, please never give up hope, because the right job is just around the corner. So for our next and final panel, we are going to be talking about some real practical job interview tips and tricks. We're also going to be discussing a little bit about cybersecurity and just some other skills that you might want to maybe upskill outside of what you've already studied at university. So to join us, we have Lee, Sarab, and Vamsi. We have an incredible setup here to talk about today, our next panel, which is the job interview tips and tricks. So maybe we get just straight into it, but I would love for you each to do a little intro. Tell us a little bit about what it is you do on a day-to-day basis, maybe what you studied and what was your first job. So Lee, what do you do day to day? Tell us a little bit more about you.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Lee. I'm a senior engineer at Bunnings. Every day stuff. I talk to my peers about code. We write code, we fix tests, we write tests, fix problems every day. Yeah, that's the gist of my everyday job. Where I started from. So I started from a games graphics design course at RMIT. So I was a bit more designy. But then I found out during my electives, I was better at programming than I was designing. So I halfway decided to just continue doing programming electives. And I think I was much better at that than design. My first job out, I was at an intern at a mobile phones games company back in the day. And that lasted about 5 months, 6 months. And here I am today. So there's some big gaps, but we can talk about it next time.
That's amazing. I love the fact that you actually started in something quite different and you realized that your skill was something that, like, for example, in design, we tend to think that design is more of a creative attribute. And there's so many people that might be the opposite as well. So yeah, I really think that a lot of students are probably sitting there going, I studied this, but it's not really what I enjoy or what I'm good at. Would you suggest, Lee, how did you just pull the pin and decide, you know what, I'm going to just go the other way? What was that like at the time? Was that quite stressful for you? Did that just kind of come naturally? What tip would you give someone in that boat?
I would say for me, I just felt it was right for me. Designing was okay. I know you shouldn't compare with yourself with others, but when I saw what my work compared to others in terms of design, it wasn't as great as my programming versus others, and I felt good about my work as a programmer. That I could do it well. I could do it fast. It just came natural, and I just felt right. It just clicked, and I thought, no, this is it for me. I'm shifting.
I'm going to ask you after how you found that out, whether that was at school or in your first role, because I think that's where a lot of students, they're going to get their first job and be like, oh, this wasn't what I was thinking. I'm not as good as what I thought, or whatever they may think. So I'm pretty excited. But we do have Vamsi. Vamsi's actually fresh in his career. He's another student that actually participated in our internship sort of practical training program where, you know, instead of learning in that first job that it's not for you, do a little 3 month and make sure that it is what you'd like to do. But Vamsi, tell us, what is it that you do today? And yeah, I suppose, was this what you imagined and foresaw for yourself in terms of career?
Yeah, firstly, thanks Jess for giving this opportunity to share my experiences to our graduates out there. And currently, my job every day, day-to-day job in innovation technologies is to be as a hardware engineer. is to work with the sensors, different kind of industrial sensors, kind of pp counting sensors, air quality sensors, water level sensors. My job is to uh, troubleshoot the sensors if they have any damage, or and program some new kind of sensors and deploy in the client locations, working with government councils, different councils in Melbourne, and ensuring they were communicating to the gateways installed in the sensor points, and the sensor is giving the right data transmitted to the through the gateways to the on our panel, so that they'll get the real time analytics of how many people came across their council or kind of stuff. So my job is to make sure this process is smooth for both the clients and also for our company. And like Jess said, I have done the internship previously in the internship program, which helped me to manage a team of 30 people, which I was not used to before this kind of experience. So initially I was a team member, but then she saw some potential in me and gave the opportunity to manage the team and be a project manager for the team. Yeah.
Kind of what I'm going to do. Sink or swim kind of thing. And what did you study, for those who are tuning in? What is it that you studied? What got you passionate? Because what he's describing is like IoT. What was it? Networks. Explain to the students so that they can, if they want to pursue the path, what steps they could take to get to where you're at.
Yeah. So firstly, before someone have choose what path they need to go further, first they need to understand themselves on what exactly they're looking for. So before we do the networking and research, first we need to ask the questions, all of it to ourselves, and get the clarity of it, and then we can go step by step, which will be much easier. So what I have done is, in undergraduate, I have done in electronics and communication, and in masters, many people switch to IT background because the opportunities will be more. But I didn't switch, and I was blatant on doing the hardware stuff because I love hardware stuff instead of just sitting and coding the thing, which is hard for mine. So I know exactly what I wanted. So I stick to this thing and I fought for it, and within it will be a matter of time. That's it. For IT job, I may get it immediately, the job opportunity, but for a hardware or electrical engineer, I may have to strive for 1 year and build some experience and get the networking done and do the thing. But when I get what I wanted, I'll be much happier and I can be much more productive than to myself as well as to the company, and that will
Yeah.
eventually lead to my career growth. So
Yeah.
what I suggest to the graduates is to understand yourself first, and what exactly. It's okay if you're confused. Just do some internships if you're confused in some different character categories related to your specialization which you're studying right now. Explore some opportunities when you're graduation itself. Do some couple of internships, and then you can get an idea of it, what exactly you're getting into, and then you can find your path and excel in it.
Yeah, it does take a lot of courage actually to go against the grain, because like every university or every student, like there might be advice that they give you and say, oh, you should learn this or you should go down this path. And yeah, some paths are a lot harder, some paths there's going to be less jobs, but remember, less jobs, less candidates in many cases too. So it's really fascinating. Like there's a lot of data scientists, right? And hardware and like PCB design, those kind of more physical device engineering is maybe a little less popular nowadays because people think that it's all going to be made overseas, for example. But actually what we're seeing is a lot of manufacturing is coming to our regions, and COVID has made that more prevalent. So I think you made the right choice, and I'm really proud that in what you've actually achieved and what you've done so far, because I know it can be really hard for students, particularly anyone who, it's all fresh, and it's a new environment, and coming to a different country, it can be really hard to set yourself up. But if you stick to your goals, you have some goals, you can reach them. We have Sarab as well. He's from VMware. Do you want to tell everyone a little bit about what it is that you do? Tell us a bit about VMware and kind of your journey to how you got to work. It's such an incredible brand. What do you think were those key success factors?
Sure. Thanks, Jess. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Yeah, I'm stoked to be here, and it's a privilege. Thanks, Jess, for reaching out. Basically, I've been all over the show. I'll be one of those case studies where, I started as a developer and I've landed looking after a territory from a sales point of view. I started back in the day, I started as a silicon validation engineer. For some people who may not know the silicon industry, I was validating the ICs that goes in your skybox. Writing the program when the ICs come out of factory, making it alive, making those chips, those ICs work, that kind of stuff. And because of my work there, I traveled a little bit. So I've been across the globe in few countries. I spent most of the time in France and England and South Korea before coming to New Zealand. And I've been in New Zealand for 11 years now. And obviously, from development to validation to application development, some people are good at naturally picking what they are good at, but some people just experiment and find their way into it. And I think I soon realized I wasn't that great in technical stuff. So I thought, let me do something else I could be great at. And with experiments, I found I was good at customer facing roles. So I've done lots of demonstrations, lots of customer presentations early in my career. That led me to, when I moved to the country in New Zealand, I was looking after the IoT portfolio for the country. And then I thought, maybe, this is great. This is field sales. Let me do something more strategic. Then I moved back into the portfolio management. So I was more recently doing portfolio management for cybersecurity products and for the Telecom New Zealand, which is Spark now. I was doing object storage and network portfolio and the big data platforms. So I've been, I can talk on a variety of topics, and I'm happy for you to reach out and discuss any of those topics. But essentially, I've not been great at one niche, like some of you may have been, but I've been a generalist, and I think I've been good at being a generalist. And essentially, if I look back at my journey, I've just experimented, right? I've tried this, it worked out. If it didn't work out, I tried something else. And when you are on the job, when you are a part of a project, you actually make some great connections with individuals, right? And this is a small world. The new, online global world is so small, and you get to know the same people, and you come across with the same people, and 2 years later, you had a coffee with somebody. They're saying, "Do you want to try this job?" So you may be surprised what's in it for you. But yeah, keep networking, keep building those individual connections, and yeah, you will find out where you're going to land next. So yeah, that's been my journey.
I think that is really important. It couldn't have even come at a more perfect time, because this is the end of the day of the session, where some people may be tuning in and they might be about to go out into the field and realize that it's not for them, or that that they're not like the top programmer at the company, and that maybe that isn't a viable career. Because remember, it's like being a hairdresser. I always use the example of a hairdresser. Like, okay, you're a hairdresser, you've just done all your qualifications for hairdressing, you join, you get a job, but then what if you're just not very good? It's just not you're not as talented as everyone else. They all have the customers, you don't. Should you just stay being not a good hairdresser and have a very unsuccessful career? Or should you go, even though I spent 4 years studying a degree, right, as computer science engineers, I'm using an example, right? 4 years in a degree, or however long it was, all this sort of study, it's not too late to turn around and go, this is not for me, and pivot and shift. And it might take some time. And just like Saurabh has said, there is no really recipe. Sometimes it is a bit of just trial and error. And I think, Lee, you mentioned there that, did you actually try the graphic design? Was that games role, and you got into that and you realized, I'm not, or did you learn it pre that job?
Lot to talk about. I'll try to keep it brief. So when I started the games graphics, my first job out of uni, I was an intern. So it was got an internship, and I was actually programming as a junior. And I'll share the story with people. Is that I put a lot of pressure on myself to succeed, and I, looking back now, I can say that I probably didn't reach out and ask for help earlier. And and say, and I'll put a lot of pressure. It's like, well, I'm not keeping up with the other devs who are, obviously seniors or intermediates with 5 years experience, and I'm trying to. Someone's fresh out of uni, trying to keep up with some of that, and I put a lot of pressure on myself to do that. And I would recommend not doing that. I would like to say just have a step back. If you have a good manager, or talk to your manager, or talk to someone, and say that, look, I'm having trouble. I need a bit of time, and talk it out. So it was challenging. So I'll just share that little story about that. And I think just what was the follow-up question?
Yeah, and just like, was it on that job that you realized that sort of design wasn't for you, or did you learn that while you were still studying?
I was still studying. I was still studying while I figured that design wasn't for me. It was programming was more for me at the end. So I pivoted really early. I pivoted like in the first semester.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, there you go. I mean, because there's going to be a lot of people who are tuning in who aren't, graduates yet, that are still studying. It's never too late to swap your subjects. That's one thing. And your whole degree or your whole field. And just like Sarab mentioned, like later in your career, once you're actually doing it, you can shift and change at any point in time. And we only say this because that's where I think a lot of people, they get super nervous and depressed and overwhelmed, and they feel like they're a failure. One thing to remember is every single person, whether they're an executive or whatever, they all have gone through a period in their career where it's been either difficult to get a job or they've felt like they're on the wrong path. I guess, Vamsi, because you've only recently gone through that process of kind of like landing a grad role, what kind of tips would you give someone, and particularly someone, international students are a really big part of Australia and our community, because this obviously we've got New Zealand here, which is actually where I was born too, but I'm sure it's the same overseas too. There's a lot of people who come from other countries to go to US, to go to UK, New Zealand, and Australia. And they find it really disheartening when they're applying for jobs and they can't get the job because they just either have overseas experience or whatever. What would you say to someone, some advice that you've practically used, whether it's in an interview or just steps you've taken to help you with that particular problem, being someone who wasn't from here originally and you had to find your way into a role in Australia?
Yeah, to say my story, like I said, I was clear on what I need to get into the. I was clear on my goal on where I need to reach. So back in India, I don't have any experience because I have came straight away to Australia after completing my undergraduate studies. So I couldn't able to build up much experience over here. So while studying my masters itself, I kept on exploring the options by doing internships in Australia, so that I have built some. By the time I've graduated, I built 1 year of experience instead of just going home when it is a summer vacation or something like that. So that way, I got Australian workplace exposure as well as some company contacts, and also I can explore some different options other than what I was currently doing right now. At first, I was skeptical. I was so blunt on doing the hardware chip designing, but then later I understood the opportunities were a bit less in the exact field I'm looking for. So then I shifted my goal to the IoT because that was bit relating to my field. And then I've started searching on the LinkedIn and search and seek what exactly the employees were looking for in the IoT field. And I was doing that particular certification and reaching those kind of technical recruiters. So I built my network and started networking. So I used RESB internship program to build my uh, project managing skills and also the technical skills which are on par with the industry, emerging industry tech, and also that helped me to boost my current opportunity which I'm in. So the exactly project work which I have done is kind of relatable to what exactly I'm doing currently in my company. So that way I inclined my goals so that I could land upon a job.
Yeah. I think that that's a really good success story for anyone who's tuning in that's kind of like worried and thinking, oh, I'm applying.
Yeah.
Get yourself some sort of hands-on experience. I think
If you
that's
don't have an experience, build an Australian experience, even though if you're not paid for. So this can give you some network and also Australian work exposure, which we didn't have back in our countries. So
And
that
you
can help.
learn. You definitely
Yeah.
do learn. Sarab, what would be like a little interview strategy? Do you use any particular strategy? Like, what do you do when you're about to go for an interview? You know, you're very senior. You're working at one of the biggest brands in the world, VMware. What's something that you either use to get that role, or that you just tend to do pre-interview to prepare yourself? Is it really intense? What do you do exactly?
So here's my secret advice for that. If you're going for an interview and going to present to a board, or going into some big material presentation where you have people watching you, what I would do usually, I'll look at the job description and I'll say that I can do this, right? I mean, this is so easy. And you make up that mindset before you get into that interview, that this is quite easy for you, and then you start collating in your head all the examples, how you have demonstrated those skills that the companies are asking for. Yeah, I mean, those are a couple of things. Then I also catch up with a couple of my friends. So I have a great circle of friends and great support around me. So you catch up with those friends when you're serious about something, and you one-on-one you discuss, like, this is what I'm going for. And while during that discussion, you'll come up with the pointers, advantage that you had from your experience over the last 10 years or whatever, and you'll make that story. So I think it's people like storytelling, and as a person, they are interested to hear your story. And if you have a good story, people will listen in and they will ask you some genuine questions at the back of the interview. And my experience in the interview has been, so far, I don't find any of my interview was grilling, right? Like, I've gone into the interviews, had a friendly chat, and came out. And I probably attended, I don't know, 30 odd interviews, right? So I never had somebody asking me those tricky questions. How do you do this? If I give you the situation, how do you do this? So I think I've never sort of seen that kind of interview, to be fair. And I know people are out there who sort of face that kind of situation. So that's my first tip. Second tip is, like, people are looking for examples and in your approach. So if you can solidify your approach with examples, and I am sure, if you think outside the box, you have done enough. Even if you're, 15-year-old, you have spent enough time in this world to give some solid examples where you talk about your transferable skills. So one thing you want to take out of this session is about the transferable skills. So everything that you have done so far, whether it's in personal setting, professional setting, in a mini project, in a community work, there must be some transferable skills that you have acquired. If you really think and make a note of that and see what are your strengths there, and when you're going to the interview, you are sort of talking about those skills, giving those examples, and showing a passion towards those skills that is necessary for that job, that actually takes you through that conversation. So I really, that's how I sort of dealt with my interviews. I really have short interviews, surprisingly short interviews.
In other words, he's just the king of interviews. I love that. Telling stories, you've got to treat it in a way, I believe, treat it in a way a little bit like, I'll say it because I always say, I use a hairdresser as an example, and I say dating. If you're not interesting, you don't seem interested, you don't engage, then the date might not go so good, right? But in an interview, if you be the receptive, open person, you share, you smile, try to feel relaxed. Look, if that's not you, you're less personable, steer towards tech, because you can't go wrong with that, because that's what they're hiring you for. But if you can add a little bit of that storytelling, just like what you said, and if you don't have the skills, try and highlight that you're working towards it. Like if on the job ad it says you need CCNA and ITIL, or you need whatever it might be, a special certification, enroll yourself in that certificate. There's so many free courses on like Udemy, Teachable, wherever, Coursera, that you can actually just enroll in the foundational version of that particular thing, right? If you doing the research and preparation, you should be comfortable with that. If you're not able to do the research, it means maybe that job you're not as interested. You've got to be interested in the company. It's your chance to actually pick and choose who you would like to work with. We do have questions from our audience. So, we're getting some lovely little ones. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in. Reading questions, speak of the future panel, GitHub, Copilot, and Open AI Codex. Okay, yeah, with GT3, I do agree. A GPT-3, I think I mean. Definitely that's a new area, AI. But in terms of, I suppose, interview tips, tricks, and strategies, where I think a lot of people do get stuck is the explaining, I guess, your weaknesses and strengths. What kind of suggestions would you say, Lee, for someone who's a fresh grad, might not necessarily, like, how can they find out what they are good at and not so good at? What would be your tips to that question?
Okay, so I've been on the other side of the interview. So I've been interviewing grads and interns in my previous roles. So I'll share some tips. And we get a lot of grads coming through, and there's a lot of interviews. So how do you stand out when I ask this question, like you said, what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? And I will ask that question to you. And the first first tip I would say is that talk about your strengths. Like if you got three, try to list them out. Use examples like as suggested before. Tell a story as well. Stories are great. That I still remember stories from all the graduates I've interviewed. Some of them still stand out in my mind, and I still remember the person's face. So keep a good story. Weaknesses. When you talk about your weaknesses, talk about how you can improve them, like what you're doing to improve it, and not just say that I don't like talking to people. Well, like it's a silly thing to say, like just flat out and end the sentence. You say, I am a bit, I'm a bit nervous with talking to people. However, I am going out to the park and having a random chat to someone next to me. Like show them that you're improving, you're working to improve your skill, your weaknesses. That's my tip. During the interviews, what other things? Positives, smile, a firm handshake. I guess we can't do that now. Back, so I do remember good firm handshakes as well. But yeah, be positive. People will remember a negative, down, low energy interview, and that will stick out like a sore thumb during when you So I can list more. But I'll let others to have a chat.
No, I think these tips this is what they're tuning in to hear, really.
Okay.
So go ahead, share a few more, because I know that people, and if you have a particular question, anyone in the audience, please drop it in and we'll try and highlight it if I get a chance to spot it among the questions. But go ahead,
Yep.
Lee. With a couple
Yep.
of tips.
There's a couple more. Yep. So it depends on which company, how big the company is. There might be an exercise where you do in a group exercise, and a group exercise you are watched by people. You are closely watched by the reviewers, I should say, or interviewers, seeing how you interact with the team. If you're a group of 5 and you got to build something or create something, they're going to look for someone who takes initiative. Oh, my thumb's not initiative. Someone who can pull along, work together. If there's conflict resolution, if there's enemy conflict, what else can I say? Yeah, if you're sitting in the corner doing nothing and coming at the last minute saying, "Hey, I've done this," you'll be noticed as well. So contribute, and that sounds like you got to be an active person or outgoing personality. Not quite. Sometimes it's the loudest action is from someone who's the most quietest. Even if it's just one good line, I say, "Hey guys, how about rather than jumping ahead, how about we sit down and think about this first?" Someone who analyzes this situation, it could be someone more important than someone who's always talking every second, in a group interview. So that's one, my advice for the group interviews or group exercises that you do.
Yeah, technical skills are really important, but we do want to emphasize in this session to everyone who is tuning in that you might find that doesn't always get you the job. Particularly, I hear a lot from clients, it's attitude, motivation, wanting to be there, research, the lack of research. You can't just jump onto a company's website and just read the first few sentences and presume that that's what they do. And if you're not as prepared, you should be preparing the same way you prepare for like a university presentation. You should have booked in a session with someone to at least practice through your interview skills. Remember, we've got a competition to win the one-on-one interview training. This is not something that you want to just risk and just go catch up with like a friend about. Like, really, these are skills that enable you to get paid and get jobs and get really good jobs. If you can hone that skill, you can be very successful. Some people never have to book sessions in. They never have to get a professional CV because they're talented naturally. There are people who are a lot better. And to be honest, that's a big part of it. And Vamsi, what would you say for particularly a technical test or a technical round? How would you typically prepare yourself for a interview that might be a little bit more on the technical front, do you think? What tip could you give someone for that?
Yeah. So as a graduate, one thing to keep in mind is that the hiring professional will obviously know that you don't have an experience. So you need not actually know whatever you're speaking, at least for the role they are looking for. It's okay if you don't know everything that is offered in the role, the job description. Just be honest with them on, be it technical or any other skill which you're speaking through your resume and your story. Don't fake your resume. And in the technical skill, just what I said is, just look into your job descriptions of the what are the trending roles of your particular expertise, and then make a short note of it on what are the if there are any repetitive skills which are consistently asking from multiple recruiters, that means that is in demand at the moment. And also,
Mhm.
if in Australia, you can check some PR listing, and you can see some professions which are giving easy PRs. I mean, the PR points were easy to reach onto, and see that if that particular skill is matching into that particular job category. And then if you have your own visa, you can mention in the resume that you have the full visa work rights, and that can help boost your CV as well. And coming to your technical expertise, you can match those skills, and you can also mention in the cover letter that you are the most demanded skill list in your state, and also that particular job description matches to your talent. And also you have particular certifications in Udemy or Coursera or something like that, that can help uh, while in the interview. And also you can speak to the HR role that when seeing a job description, I came knowledgeable in this particular technology. When I didn't come across your job description, I didn't know that technology, but now I'm interested in that technology, and I also enrolled in Udemy course. As you are aware, I'm graduate. I didn't know this particular technology because I don't have particular industrial experience, so I didn't got worried, and I took that as a challenge, and I already enrolled myself, and I'm already working on it. You can explain that to the HR, and that can get you an opportunity. And that way I got my opportunity as an internship in one of the company which I have did before
Mm.
securing a full-time job. So just be honest with the HR. If you are not too good at technical, or if you are good at basics in the university, that will be fine.
Yeah. What have you seen there, Sarab, in terms of like a follow-up or after the interview? What kind of recommendation or something you use? Do you send a follow-up message? Do you not? Do you send one prior to your session? What are some of these things that you do? Do you connect in on LinkedIn prior to the session with the person that you're meeting with? What have you seen grads do whenever you've met with them for any roles?
Yeah, I think it's very case specific. So, depending upon your situation, you can follow up very differently. What I would like to say, obviously, you are connecting with people. So, it's the people you are going to talk to in the interview. And, some people like to receive a thanks if you had a great conversation. So I think if I had a great conversation with somebody, I'll be quick. I'll be jumping on the email or whatever tool they're using and saying, hey, it was a great chat, and I really enjoyed our conversation regarding this, and I'll be quite authentic about it. So that's one way of following up. Second way, where you're being ghosted, you're not hearing back from the recruiter. What are you going to do about it, right? So you've tried, twice already with this person. He's not responding, she's not responding, and then you pick up the phone and hey, I really want to know what's happening with my application. And then the person will say, I have no clue, or I'll pass on to another colleague of mine, or do something, and then you speak to the right person and then say, Okay, so yeah, okay, understand. Yeah, so you have that open conversation and say, okay, if this is not going to go ahead, or if this position is on hold, I'm going to try something else. So yeah, I mean, depending upon your situation, you can adopt different strategies, I would say, and ultimately it's people you are connecting to, right? So I mean, there's nothing to worry about in a follow-up. You just drop a nice note at the end of it, follow it up if necessary, or if you want to know more, just ask more questions, right? People love hearing those questions. If you want some help, some guidance, just ask those questions again. So just be inquisitive, and just follow up depending upon your situation. That would be my answer.
I love it that you take to making a call, because do you know, like, there are thousands of applications that we do get for jobs all the time, right? We work with a lot of big clients, and they're constantly hiring. We're getting calls and calls and calls. I think that what you want to do is remember to treat every interaction professionally. We do remember people, so we know when the certain type of language you choose to use in an email. Be polite. Maybe you are getting frustrated with the slow process, but sometimes things do take time. Maybe you were still in the running, and now we're starting to maybe question it because maybe you came back with something that was a little less polite, like, hey, it's been a week and I haven't heard anything. You guys said I'd be back. You'd get back to me in a few days. It's like, okay, look, it's just certain ways that you can go about that approach that I think makes a world of difference, right?
Yeah, and I'll give you a little story for that follow-up question you asked. It just came to me. So I was applying for this field application engineer role for New Zealand territory, and I applied. I thought this is a great match. I should be called for an interview at least, and I applied through Seek, and sat for a week and couple of weeks, and I think it was third week or fourth week, and I didn't hear anything back from them, like neither a rejection nor an acceptance. And I thought, what's wrong? What's happening here? There was no number on the job advertisement, and it was a job like Vamsi's job. There are only like couple of jobs every year, kind of thing. And I thought maybe I should give it a harder try. So I thought, I'll look up the company on web, then find their local. So it's a Fortune 500 company there across the globe. So I thought, it's they will have this sorted. They'll be able to come back to me pretty quickly, or accept or reject or shortlist or whatever. Anyway, so I sat on this for a month. Then I thought I need to find a human to speak to so that I can track my application, what's happening. And because I thought it's a great job, right? I can do this. Then I found the local office. I went to the office locations. There was like 500 office locations across the globe. So I found the Auckland one, and then I called the office, and they were like, "Oh yeah, how can I help?" Because this is a satellite office. You can imagine there are 3 salespeople sitting there just taking bookings, and they have no idea about engineering, etc., etc. So I called them. I'm like, so yeah, I just want to speak to somebody who can help me with this job application I did 3 weeks ago. They're like, okay. So, and they explained me their position. It's the sales office, etc., etc. But what he's going to do, because he was nice to me, I was nice to him, it was professional, and he said, I'm going to pass your details to the branch manager, and he's going to come back to you. Within same night, 6 p.m., I got a call from the branch manager apologizing that the HR has left and there was an inbox. And this stuff happens in organizations, right? And he asked me to, because he found my CV afterwards, and he said, that's great. That actually shows a skill that you are good at follow-up. So, and we need in the sales organization, we need people to follow up on a sales opportunity. So he thanked me for calling back, and then he organized the interview the very next day, and he made an offer within two days. So that was a great experience. So I mean, this is the magic of follow-up. So if you follow it up right, just don't, just if you have not heard back, just don't sit there and think, these guys are still taking their time. And different companies have different policies. But yeah, this is an example I wanted to demonstrate where it was a great outcome because I just made a call. That was about it. But yeah, just be professional. It's the people you're talking to, right?
It's so true. And we are people. And this is the thing. There are so many applications. It's very real that your application could get lost. It's just like, keys. You know, if you're dealing with thousands of keys, you might lose one, you know, and so, or it might have got overlooked originally. You know, there's so many different ways that a resume could get lost. So it's important that you do follow up, and you should want the job enough that you do follow up, because, you know, you're the one applying. Like, and I'm not saying that, you know, of course it's not ideal to ever miss a CV, but I'm saying if that's an opportunity that you really want, take the action. Be more specific. We've got a question from Tanya. She's been here the whole time, actually. And remember, we got competitions coming up. And I know she's left a lot of comments and questions. So thank you for that. But maybe, Lee, if you would like to answer this, and we can each get each of you to answer this. What's a no-no in an interview? What's something to definitely avoid? Is there any horror stories of either what you've done or you've seen someone do in an interview?
Hey, Tanya. No interview. I've something that still remembers. I still stands out that one of the candidates did was talked about. We asked him, you know, how do you resolve disagreements? He told a very strong story, and it was on the line of it was being sexist. The comment was it was against, you know, our belief and everyone's belief. That in the interview, it was me and my partner interview, we just looked at each other. Whoa, that was a bit tense to say anything like that. Maybe it's a cultural problem, a cultural issue, because that person wasn't from Australia per se. So there were some things that maybe understand the culture of the country as well. If you're applying, if you're from overseas, and if you're gonna swear, accidentally drop a bomb here and there, it's okay, but just don't keep going with it too much. Yeah, that's my tip.
Yeah, I think it is really hard when people have to pick things like what's your strengths, what your weaknesses are. A lot of people give some examples that are like a little bit too real, and this is why practicing with someone else to see how it's perceived of what you're saying, how that actually sounds to another person, because it might sound okay coming from you, you might mean it in a certain way, but how it gets taken by someone else who where our job is to look for red flags and to see, you know, problems. I've seen people show up to interviews with their friends, with their partners, bringing luggage, full sweat. I had a poor guy, unfortunately, we were outside doing an outside interview and he had hardcore hay fever. That was really difficult. It's not his fault, but little things like that, try and plan ahead and know, you know, plan for everything, whether it's that you'll run out of money on your meter box, so you don't want to be sitting there. I've had so many interviews where they'd be like, I only paid for, you know, XYZ on my parking. You know, I've got to get back to my car. And it's like, okay, I get that, but like, all right, well, we'll just cut the interview shorter, sort of thing. So you've got to be really prepared and like, absolutely don't be late. Try to be mindful of your language and who you're speaking with, because there are some people who get really offended by swear words. Yeah. Others, I know it's a bit more common, and I'm hugely guilty of it. I don't know if I've sworn yet in this session, but on a day-to-day, I'm constantly apologizing for my swearing because that's something I'm actively working on. But, you know, in an interview, it's just not really the place. And make sure you dress professionally. My goodness, I've been doing so many Zoom interviews. People's in hoodies. You know, they're on their phone out the back. You know, this is not how you do an interview. Well, I'm telling you, it's going to set you up for not the best amount of success. So try to take it as seriously as you can and be as professional as you can. But Vance, what is a no-no, you think, in an interview, do you think? Like, what's something you maybe have done wrong in the past that you're like, uh-oh, I know why I didn't get it?
Sorry, guys, I need to run off for a meeting.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, sorry. If I can just take 1 minute, and I just made a list of general tips for the job seekers. I'm just going to run through it. But you guys have my LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to my LinkedIn if need help. But I'll just run through the list before I log off. Apologies for interruption. So obviously, I talked about the transferable skills. So just look at your transferable skills in your job. Take some help. You know, there are so many mentors out there, like, you know, like you can reach out to me, reach out to Jess, reach out to anybody you find on LinkedIn. Just try 10 people and I'm sure 2 people will reply and say, I'm happy to help. So get mentorship. People like to give back to community. Think outside the box. I know the generation you guys are in is more creative than any previous generation. So please be creative. when you're trying to do something, network. I mean, it's quite easy for extrovert people to network, but I think for introvert people as well, just take that position and just go out there, network with the right kind of people, and get to know your network brokers. So there are people in your network that can introduce you to somebody else. So utilize your network. There are lots of courses on how to network good in your professional circle. Then experiment. I talked about experimentation. Look at the hype curve. I mean, I like to be very technology agnostic, but each year there are like 5 items on the hype curve. Like right now, cybersecurity is one of the big items. Automation is another one. So if you're wanting to get into a job, do the professional course and get into cybersecurity, get into their many cybersecurity universities, software testing, automation universities running small courses, gain some practical experience, do a mini project out of hobby or just to help somebody do a hobby project. Do review videos. Like today's video has been great. So if you have not watched previous panels, because I've watched some panels, it was great. So do watch the videos. And because of the COVID, the upside is all the big companies, including VMware, so AWS, VMware, all these big companies are doing these online events, and it's free. Previously, 100 people from a country went to Las Vegas to attend this event and gain this knowledge, right? Now it's available on the tab to all of you. So please make use of that. So if you want to search for VMware event, it's happening on 5th to 7th October. Feel free to register and get yourself, there are 800 sessions to pick from, right? So get that sorted. And yeah, I mean, just keep communicating, network with the people, make a personal connection, and you will be surprised what you find. Sorry, that was my quick run through. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, and I will catch you guys later. And feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn if needed. Yep. Thank you.
Everyone get connected with Saurabh. Thank you so much. I'm sure the students are going to love that. I so look forward to having you at the next session. So thank you. We will share with everyone's LinkedIn. So those who reesby.com.au/channel, register so that we can send you the details for all of our speakers and the video for today and, of course, the competition. So I guess, guys, on that note, just a couple of final last tips that you might want to give someone when they're preparing for an interview, in a follow-up for an interview, what to avoid, what strategies they could try. What additional tips do you think you could give someone, and before we wrap up today's event?
In the internship perspective, if somebody is applying as a graduate while they're studying to get the internship, if it is not specified in the job description, if it is paid internship, never ask in the interview if you're getting paid. If it is mentioned in the job description specifically that you will be paid, then it's fine. If it is not mentioned, if you're going for an interview for the internship, never ask anybody that you will be getting paid for some allowances or some any regarding any payment. That's a big no-no.
Yeah, I definitely would say that it's really good for students to actually gain something that's hands-on, because remember, you're going to learn, and when you're at uni, you're getting trained, you're paying for that training. So like going into an internship, you're going to learn so much. So you just want the focus of the interview to be about you, the connection, and actually talking with each other rather than all the other things. They can come after the fact. I think actually in our first panel, someone said negotiate the salary and all those things after the fact. Focus on the interview itself and your skills. And what about you, Lee? What would be a final piece of advice you'd give to somebody?
I wish I could tell myself this years ago, is to search for all the internships and graduate programs that companies that you can find on the web or anywhere to talk to, and find out when they open so that you start preparing early. And yeah, just do it, because what you learn at graduate programs or internships is, well, for me, I found that the graduate programs are a bit more centralized around to fail safely for the graduates, and that is something that is hard these days to find a company to do, and they support you to make you grow and stuff. So rather than trying to find a random company like a small mum pop shop, no offense to them, but some of them, they will just say, hey, can you just build this code for this to me, please? And won't care about your well-being or anything like that. There's big companies are now throwing big bucks and for graduate programs, because we want good talent, we want good people, and a quick shameless plug. Bunnings will eventually have a graduate program, and we'll be hiring soon, and I will be involved with it. So, I will. I've been. So yeah, I'm really excited to do this because my previous place I was part of the graduate program as well, so I'm trying to get things going with Bunnings as well. So yeah. Bunnings, not Bunnings, sorry. Graduate programs are the bomb. Do it. Just I didn't know about anything about uni days. I didn't never heard of a graduate program after I left, so I was very clueless. So if the fact you're here watching this and watching any of the recordings, you're 10 steps ahead of me. So good on you.
Exactly. Well, that is all we have time for today. I want to say a huge thank you to the two of you for joining in. We so appreciate all the tips and advice. And for anyone who'd like to reach out to them, don't worry. If you're registered for the event, we're going to be
Excuse me,
sharing.
Jess, can I share one more resource?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I found if you are an Apple user, iOS user, there's an application called iTunes U, which was free, and it was installed in it was promoted by Apple Education since 2007. So there you can find courses of any relating any course from Stanford to Harvard just for free. So it's not heavily publicized by Apple. So if you don't use it, you'll be losing that free resource. You can literally go into the Stanford classroom of your whatever topic you're interested in. You can just gain knowledge from them. That's a valuable research which I got used recently.
Yeah, that's amazing. Free courses, online courses are definitely something to pursue. So thank you to you both. We're going to wrap up today's session. For those of you who want to connect in, please do get connected. So thank you both, Lee and Bumpsy. And we're going to wrap up for today's session.
Thank you.
So that is all that we have for the Grad Job Expo 2021. It looks like our LinkedIn Live has ticked out of time or something's happened with the internet connection, but don't worry, this is being recorded for later, so we will repost this whole video there for everyone to get. So it's the last 2 minutes, I think, that we lost. Now, I guess in terms of follow-up, please make sure you register reesby.com.au/channel. This way you'll get your digital gift bag, which has all these little freebies that are going to certainly help you. Also, try to make sure that you put your resume up on our website. This way we can kind of get you connected for any of the jobs that might be going at the moment that are in your field. We do have the competition giveaway, so we'll be making announcements to who won the resume gift pack at the end of this week. So you still have a bit of time for those who are watching this later and who aren't tuning in on a live stream. So we're going to be giving away a full professional resume, cover letter, interview training, all the skills that you're going to need. Check it out. We've got some discounts going on for our Grad Job Expo pack. Our applications for our 2021-2022 internship program are open. We're also hiring for some IT help desk people if you're based here in Melbourne. So that's an entry-level role if you're interested. And I think that's pretty much it. I wanted to give a huge thank you to the Victorian government for supporting the Digital Innovation Festival. A massive thank you to all of those over at the Department of Education, Transport, Jobs and Resources. We really appreciate your support, and also to our panelists today for giving their time, spending their time to talk with you all today from Facebook, from VMware, Atlassian, Linktree, all of the brands that you heard, and we really appreciate it. So drop a comment, share, give it a thumbs up if you really got some value from this, and I'll see you all in the next live stream. Thank you all. Have a wonderful week ahead. All the best.